and shaking. I call my spear for that shake, the Francis Bacon. Listen, even if it's silicone or belly fat, I got a vegan substitute for that biscuit with a jelly at. I'm looking forward to drinking your juices. This Wi-Fi feels so exclusive. Is that your real icon? It's giving me a python. I think you need to see him. Eggplant to your DM. Remind me of my sex doll. I'ma have to confess, y'all. It's true. My sex doll is perfect. She know just how to work it. Only static blow a circuit. I'll never have to jerk it. Custom design is plastic surgery. For a soulmate, the price was burglary. Slide and step, 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 slide and step. Come on, slide and step, slide and step, slide and step, slide and step. Come on, slide and step, slide and step, slide and step, slide and step. Come on. Is that your real icon? It's giving me a python. I think you need to see him. Eggplant to your DM. And learn the way of love. Asa.
Yes, sir.
It's on you. we started.
Oh, okay, bet it up. My bad. 5 o'clock on the dot then. I was just scrolling over seeing who was in here. All right, peace, family. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you are in our Zoom chat. Welcome to Solar Power Sundays. For today, we're gonna be tag teaming with one of the world's, because he got tag team buddies and stuff. One of the world's most phenomenal mad scientists, Dr. Enqi. He has been doing this probably since before I was born. He was reading biochemistry books when he was like in the single digits, so this is a real life young elder that's going to be accompanying us today, if you're not familiar with him. But for just starting off for beginners, welcome everybody. I'm glad you're still alive. Let us not take that for granted, because people are falling to the wayside like flies left and right. Every day I'm hearing text messages from all type of family members and friends, so-and-so died. In order to make sure that we don't fall victim to that, let us definitely up our, because everybody already know how to be healthy. You don't really need to come in here to learn how to be healthy per se. You know what to do. It's a whole bunch of bad stuff you're doing, and it's a whole bunch of stuff you could be doing. So we're not here to talk you to death about being vegan or eating leaves and air and stuff like that. At this point, what we do want to do is apply some pressure and highly recommend that whatever jewels and wisdom that you think you have that pertains to your health and your well-being, to just apply that and boost it up and put that internal discipline button on right now. This is the time to stay super hydrated. This is the time to structure the water. This is the time to exercise when you don't feel like it. This is the time to go to sleep early enough so you can wake up and be productive next day so you can feel like it. I don't like going to sleep early. I feel you. But at the end of the day, this is where the transformations take place. So on this day, we're like at the end of transitioning from a Taurus transitioning into what we call Gemini, right? So if you're dealing with solar power Sundays in the past, you know, we're putting a lot of sunlight and attention on our endocrine system, making sure we fully mineralized with sea vegetation, with sea moss, with all the tropical foods, vitamin C's, with the brain foods, et cetera, right? While at the same time complementing that by discontinuing so-called fun activities that may be detrimental to us, right? So we don't want to be tiptoeing across the fence. We want to be disciplined and pick the side of the intelligent light that's going to propel us forward so we feel better the next day. Set ourselves up for success in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, according to whatever plans you got. But right now, we want to transition from that endocrine system, which does what? Secretes all these beautiful hormones. We can behave and feel certain ways, from the consciousness that we impress on this system, right? So we want to transition that. We don't want to stop practicing that. What we want to do is add on to that rightful thinking, that mindful thinking. We want to add on to that conscious breathing. In addition to just conscious breathing while we in the grocery stores and at home in the mall or whatever you went to, disobeying the quarantine thing, putting everybody at risk, right? When you're doing this, make sure that when you're at home without all that external pressure, that is when we want to bathe and exercise all those internal glands that we just highlighted and talked about, from the gonads and the testes all the way up to the pineal, pituitary, and hypothalamus, right? How do we go inside here and exercise those things? We have to do it with the breath work. We have to do it with being obedient and making sure we do the necessary things to nourish the inside of us, right? Because the only thing that we familiar with up to this point, the average person, is if I eat this food, somehow my body gonna break it down, and I'm gonna assimilate it, I'm gonna feel better, I'm gonna feel worse. And we just off the food. Maybe the sun make me feel good if I'm out in the sunlight. But how many of us are taking the time every day to meditate for one, yes, but to breathe in a way that we can store this fresh oxygen inside of our bodies and bathe all ourselves internally from the inside out, right there by the down skin, the solar plexus, all that spooky stuff, whatever you want to call it, so that all the different systems can have that benefit, right? That's what time it is. But before I pass it on to one of my role models, one of my favorite teachers, I know everybody, I don't know, some of y'all might be slipping, but I hope that everybody is preparing for the worst, or I hope for the best, by doing some emergency preparation. So I just wanted to show you all just a few of the items that I have at home that I highly recommend. Of course, the first thing I want to recommend is going to be seeds. You can get packs from wherever. I got these from Whole Foods or somewhere, right? Peppers and seasonings, like Dr. Enqi said last time, right? Also, if you are not familiar, you need to take your to Zerbos or some dope health food store like that. Better Health, what's that, Vitamin Shop, all of that. They got the big packs with the black sunflower seeds. They got the multi-pack seeds, alfalfa, and different things like that. It's no excuses out here, because eventually you're not going to be able to just go out and get what you should have got. This is the time. If you don't do it today, do it tomorrow, do it Monday, but get to it. You know, that's something that anybody could do. Back to this amazing, splendid endocrine system. Specifically, we want to focus on this thyroid gland real quick. I'm really just showing off at this point. My sea snacks, you can throw these in the soups. We got the Aramay, right? We got the Dose. Put that on there so you can screenshot it with the spelling if you need to. Dose flakes. We got the Wakame. If it's empty on the shelves, I'm sorry, that was me. If you stay in Detroit, yes, yeah, it's a wrap. You might have to go in a couple of days. We got the small packet of Wakame and so on and so on. You know, you get the picture. Another thing, it might not seem like a big hitter. This is a water filter. This can filter out toilet water. This can filter out pond water. This can filter out all types of stuff, right? It costs like $15, $20. Get you one from a emergency prep store if you have one around you, or check it out on Amazon before they get sold out. Because what happens if the water get cut off, right? What happens if something gets contaminated in your area, right? What's the next move? And this is just one of the water purification options, right? If you out on the boat, you gotta leave the house and you want to purify and you still bougie and you want to alkalize. I found one of these bad boys at Servos. Once again, little alkaline water filter, all types of stuff like this is online, you know. But what I'm saying is, get it like yesterday, get it like right now before it's too late. Because the news is not the answer. I promise you that. I done seen all types of stuff for the last 2, 3, 4 months. It's looking like this one day, it's looking like that one day, scratching their heads, you know, all confused and stuff, right?
Crazy.
That's just how it's landing. Please take over, bro. Can you expound on that?
I mean,
Please.
you know, and you know, I always get in trouble for saying, for telling the truth, even though it's uncomfortable. You know, a lot of times when people listen to certain types of information, what they're looking to hear is what they accept. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I got to deliver people a different message because, you know, like with the quarantine, I know a lot of people's horny because they've been in the house by themselves, you know what I'm saying? So they can't wait to get out and get crazy, you know, but they done already told you coronavirus travels in the body fluid. It's another thing to get when, you just got to think about it all. You know what I mean? But, you know, I remember when they told everybody, they said, yeah, black folks is immune to coronavirus. You know, if you're a black person, you ain't got to worry about no coronavirus because you're immune. Melanin makes you immune to coronavirus. You go to sleep.
Yeah.
You wake up the next day, 80% of the new infections and the deaths are all in black people. You go to sleep, you wake up, children are immune to coronavirus. You go to sleep, you wake up, children are amongst the leaders in all new cases of coronavirus. Right? You go to sleep, you wake up, President Trump got the quote unquote cure. They tried it in France, right? Hydrochloroquine, AKA Plaquenil, right? Go to sleep, you wake up, all of a sudden, that's causing people heart problems and you can't do nothing with the Plaquenil. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny. Let me add this in because, you know, I just noticed certain things. So one of the things that's crazy to me was we moved from a global epidemic of opioids, right? You got heroin, you got lean, you got, you know, all of these things on the illegal side, Percocets. On the legal side, you got the prescription opioids. Nobody stopped for a second to pay attention to the fact that all the side effects of opioid drugs is respiratory infection. So we go from opioid crisis with a side effect of respiratory illness to a epidemic of respiratory illness. Now watch, because some people saying, here's the crazy thing for me. It just make me laugh. And maybe people don't know because a lot of people not, you know, unfortunately and fortunately, it's a gift and a curse that I've had, I've been in different worlds throughout my life. I'll just put it like that. So I know for a fact that what the number one most popular cut for heroin in America is quinine. You see, so nobody noticed the fact that we went from a opioid epidemic, which side effect is respiratory illness, to a respiratory illness epidemic, and then the cure that was offered is the cut for heroin. Hydrochloroquine is what heroin dealers use to cut dope with. So for me, I'm able to look at things from a different angle. You know, you understand what I'm saying? And just recognize that people are chasing their tails in circles. If you don't know, you can't tell which direction to move in. You don't know any better, right? And so people are looking forward to the coronavirus disappearing. You know, another thing that people got mad with me about is because I criticized the mask. You know, and it's not that I'm saying the mask is totally ineffective. I'm just saying that the mask is not a cure either. A lot of people feel like the mask is some type of Captain America shield, where that shit like just blocking coronavirus away. And I'm saying to myself, like, yo, that's not the end game. Don't think just because you got a mask on your face that you impervious to coronavirus. And some people think even if they just got the mask in their purse, somehow they impervious to coronavirus. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? I see my man posted up at the post office, him and his man sharing a cigarette with their mask up over their nose. I said, wait a minute, you sharing a cigarette.
Hey.
Right? So, you know, I just realized that information was key, but not just information being the key, you know, people needing to stick together. Right? So
Thanks.
That's why when people see the picture I put up on my IG page, if you're not already on my IG page, go to my IG page, follow at Dr. Enqi. But I put up a picture of a man and a woman crowning themselves. They're crowning each other because in this type of situation, now we have to put into place all of the things we know. Now we have to begin to rely on one another again. You have to begin to rely on your brothers and sisters. Unity is so we've had all these ideas about how we can come together and all this kind of stuff. Now we're in a situation where the people that do that are going to be the ones that make it through the filter. Everybody else going to get caught in the net. You have to band together with your folks and you know, to be able to see it through this thing, because coronavirus isn't going anywhere. Okay, coronavirus has been here for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. Coronavirus isn't going anywhere. The virus has mutated into a new strand that's less deadly. So what does that mean? You know, a lot of people, they saw that on the news. Here's another example of why we need to be informed. They announced on the news, coronavirus has mutated and is becoming less deadly. I've seen a lot of people get excited about that. That's not something you get excited about with a virus. When a virus becomes less deadly, the virus becomes more contagious. That's how they grade viruses. They grade viruses on how deadly they are and how contagious. So you charted them, one side would be deadly, the other side would be contagious. When the virus becomes less deadly, it becomes more contagious. So the idea is, all of these pharmaceutical companies, they're trying to put programs together for you to not be able to get rid of coronavirus, but live with coronavirus. Live with coronavirus. So today, what I wanted to do is be able to go through, and y'all know it might get lengthy, but the beautiful thing about if it gets lengthy, see, the people that's watching me on YouTube, they don't know any better. But the family in Detroit, y'all know that when we actually show up to Solar Power Sunday, you know what I'm saying? We got a time limit. Y'all know when I come and show up, we always be like right to the good part. You know what I'm saying? I go to the lights come on, you know what I'm saying? But the beauty about being online is that, you know what I'm saying, we get to kind of walk through all of the info and pull up some links. And, you know, so I wanted to be able to walk through like, what is a virus? Right? Because I've got questions about whether a virus is alive or not, right? And then the next question going from there is, if a virus is not a living thing, then how can you kill it? Like, what's the process? How is a virus actually neutralized inside the body? What does that look like? What's that process, right? If you understand that, then it'll give you a better idea of what things we need to put in the body for that to happen. I wanted to talk about simple antivirals and things like that, but stuff that's in your house, things that you can eat. And then, of course, you know, I got to bring y'all some info. You know, I got to bring y'all some info, you know, so we'll go over a couple of things. Like here's how it started up. Let me see if I can share my screen with everybody. Try to share my screen real quick with everybody. So first things first, let me get this going. Boom. Let's go here and share this screen. Bam. All right. Let me get this over here. Okay. Real quick, this is Ocean Hero right here. So if you're not familiar with Ocean Hero, please download Ocean Hero to your computer if you're on your computer. Ocean Hero is a search engine. They're just like Google, but the only difference is they take some of the advertisement money from every time you search with them, and they pull bottles, plastic bottles, out of the ocean. So they started this thing in September, and so far they got 4 million bottles out the ocean, right? And so I like to feel like I'm contributing to that number of plastic coming out of the ocean. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, it's free. It's nothing to pay for. You know, it's free. You help them pull plastic out of the ocean. And I know some of you suckers ain't getting ready to get in the ocean and pull out no plastic. So go on ahead and just download the program so we can clean up the water. Right now. So we moving. Here's one of the things, and this is kind of the gist of why we're going to have the type of conversation we're going to have, right? Because things like this, people don't know, and it'll drastically change your view of what's going on, right? So if we look up, coronavirus impact on lithium, blah, blah, blah. Let me pull up something. Bear with me real quick. Let me pull up this article for y'all real quick. Oh, there we go. All right. Prime example. You got to type in the right thing or you will not get the right. Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. Wait a minute. Let's go back. Right? Hopefully everybody can see that. Right? So this is an article that's been circulating in there's some information that's been circulating in France and now in America. This is not going to get to the public. This is not going to get to the public. That lithium inhibits coronavirus infections in the lungs. Right? Just jumping out the gate, right? Just, you know how I do, right? I mean, and you, so, and I'm putting this up there, and if you noticed, I typed in a couple of random searches, which should have generated this, but you see it didn't until I typed in lithium inhibit. When I typed it in a specific way, then it pops up. So this is how information can be online, but you still get misinformed. Lots of information being scattered all over the place online doesn't necessarily make it available for everybody in the way that you need it to be packaged, right? And so that's going to kind of be, you know, our theme. So we're going to get into a little bit of boring science, but then I'm going to try to sweeten it up and spice it up. Now, lithium is rare in food. So, but it is something that's supposed to be in your diet daily, right? So if you take the compounds of detox, you're getting the lithium in. This is one of the ways that we've been able to be effective against the coronavirus. But lithium is something you're supposed to have on a regular basis. This is why sometimes when people have brain imbalances, they supply the lithium, because it's not that lithium is like fixing the brain. No, it's already supposed to be there. The deficiency is causing something that wouldn't normally be present. So when you put the lithium back in, then the brain balances itself out. But you know, a lot of these things, a lot of these minerals are antiviral in essence. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things that we should have in our body on a regular basis is missing. So then you get people to say things like, "Oh, well, I checked over here in this source, and you know, you can't get your immune system to, you know, you can't boost your immune system technically, scientific." If we're talking about an optimum function, but every day your body is burning through nutrients and resources that your immune system uses to perform its function. So as those things get depleted and we have a limited, you know, we're eating a limited diet, you know, we're going to have issues. Now, the strongest sources for lithium is tree bark. So I'm sure you guys aren't going to boil any tree bark, you know, but kidney beans, in a serving of kidney beans, you'll get 3 parts per million. You get a little bit in cabbage. So these are some of the things that if you're eating the cruciferous vegetables, that you may see some benefit, or you hear things about cabbage and things like that being good, you know, in regarding you know, nutritious for you, right? But lithium. So, and we'll probably revisit this, but I want to go through some basics on how the body functions so we can start to figure this stuff out by ourselves. It's dope to come on and see somebody else provide you with the info, but you know, it's a whole another thing to be able to find this stuff for yourself and have it in the stash when you need it. Because, you know, we're in a situation where you never know if the electricity gonna go off, right? People on quarantine, that means we're putting we're putting a drain on the system. We're putting a drain on the system. You know what I'm saying? These folks out here where I live, they sent me a notice talking about I'm using up too much water. They want to know if I got a leak in my system somewhere. You using up too much water. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I just open up, because I got a pool. So I opened up the pool for the children because they was in here driving me crazy. So I'm like, nah, y'all got to go, you know, get a little exercise. But, you know, that's just an example of how we're putting a strain on the resources in the system. So, and feel free to, oh, I can't even see the comments. I was about to say, feel free to write it in the comments if you had a question about something, but I can't see the comments anyway because I got the screen share. Okay, let me give y'all something else. Right. Yeah. All right. Now, some of this stuff I'm just going to point out to y'all so that y'all can come and grab this stuff and come back on your own. right? But you type in organophosphorus compounds as antivirals. What that would do is begin to introduce you to how the plasma in your body, acts as an antiviral. It acts on its own as an antiviral. So one of the things that people that are going into the hospital with coronavirus are talking about is the fact that they're being asked for their blood plasma. Okay, so people whose bodies are able to fight off coronavirus on its own, when they're taking the samples and they're looking in the blood, they're noticing that some people's body aggressively fights off the coronavirus. They're asking those people for plasma samples. The reason is the phosphorus compounds in your plasma in and of itself are antiviral. They fight off viral agents, right? So why am I saying this? I'm saying this so that you know these are the things that we have to incorporate into our diets on a daily basis. Okay, so if the lithium's working, we need to make sure we're getting that in, whether it's supplementation or whether we're eating the cabbage or the kidney beans or whatever the case may be, right? You got two options. Now, you're going to need to eat a lot of cabbage to get your lithium up, but, you're going to have to switch up some things to be more aggressive, especially as the cities open back up, right? That's the main thing I want to prep everybody for at this stage in the game. What's happening as the cities open back up? You have to go mix it up. I mean, you've been mixing it up whether you know it or not anyway. You're going to Walmart. It's a wrap. The coronavirus lives for 3 days on plastic. So when you walk around and touch the groceries and all that, forget about it, right? So the thing is, we just got to kind of cut down on some things and emphasize some other things. People with diabetes, right? And I'm just trying to get some stuff out the way early on, right? People with diabetes, let me show you why the people with diabetes are having more severe symptoms, right? Let's do it like this. Chromium binds iron. Right? So again, I'm giving you these articles. So it's not a matter of what is Enqi, it's this stuff that I'm telling you. No, and I'm giving you as we go through, I'll be giving you some food sources, right? So iron, right? The best thing that you can have on a daily basis is dandelion green salad for iron. Contrary to popular belief, dandelion leaf is the #1 plant source for iron. Dandelion leaves have 5,000 ppms of iron in the leaves. Right? Now, if we're dealing with a respiratory infection, so we're talking about your red blood cells' ability to carry oxygen, right? So we speaking directly to iron, right? Now, here's another. What else do we have that might be in your kitchen right now? Ginger. Ginger has 2,800 ppms of iron in it, the roots, right? We should have these things in our kitchen. Now, the beautiful thing about ginger is that not only does ginger have the concentration of iron that it does, but ginger is also high in lectins. and lectins serve as a secondary source of antibodies. Antibodies are what protects it doesn't protect you from actually getting infected with the virus, but it protects the cells from the virus being able to enter and replicate itself. Right? So it lines the cell membrane, it lines the mucous membrane, right? What else should you have in your kitchen? That's two good ones. That's two good ones. Right? Cassava is really good in iron too. Cassava, for the folks that deal with the cassava. Cassava, 1,500 ppms of iron. Chromium. Let's deal with this chromium. Right? What in your kitchen is high in chromium? Right? Now here's the combination. Check this out. Dandelion leaf. Dandelion leaves have 50 ppms of chromium in them each. 50 ppms of chromium in them each. Oats, oatmeal, high in chromium. Right? The only thing higher than dandelion leaves in chromium is sorrel. You know what I'm saying? That's more so. That's going to be in the island folks' kitchen. That's not going to be in everybody's kitchen. Right? But sorrel is high in chromium. Right? I'm giving y'all the coronavirus food list. Right? Now, here's the thing about chromium and iron that happens when they combine, but it doesn't happen when they're separate, right? So this is another level to the minerals. Sometimes when minerals combine, they function differently. When chromium and iron combine, they are antiviral. And so if you have normal chromium levels and normal iron levels, your body's able to create those compounds. But again, somebody that's diabetic, remember that's where we was at. This is why people that are diabetic have these issues, because most diabetics are chromium deficient. So if you're chromium deficient, you won't have this support. You won't have the support of your metabolism in that way, because most of your body's systems are all antiviral by nature. This is what people got to understand. It's not, the immune system doesn't function the way you think it does. Most of your systems are antiviral by nature because viruses are natural, right? They're all over in the whole everywhere. I can't even say it specific. They're all over in the everywhere. As you're breathing them in, you're breathing in genetic material all the time, right? So this is, so this is the key to making sure we're getting in all of these nutrients. So I just wanted to give y'all this article. Y'all can go look it up, do the knowledge on it, whatever the case may be. Give y'all some foods where y'all can find this stuff. Did I give y'all some phosphorus food? I think I didn't. I think I missed the phosphorus food. Let me give y'all some phosphorus food, right? What's some really good phosphorus food? Okay, so now this is how this goes, right? So for John Q. Public, people do beets. John Q. Public does beets. Beets is the highest thing in phosphorus, right? You get 45,000 ppms of phosphorus in the beetroot, right? But we don't do beets, right? We don't do the beets. Bitter melon. Bitter melon is a better option for some people that don't eat beets, right? Bitter melon is right behind them with 34,000 ppms of phosphorus. So you can get that bioavailable phosphorus in the bitter melon. You can get bioavailable phosphorus in watermelon. Not as much as the bitter melon, right? The more bitter, the more the phosphorus. Phosphorus has a real bitter taste to it, right? But your watermelon, 15,000 ppms of phosphorus for those phosphorus compounds, right? Because I know somebody's going to hit me up. say, yeah, hold on, we want to, what about the phosphorus compounds with the, so let me see. People have been asking me questions the last 2 weeks. So I know some of this is review for some of you, and some of this is brand new for others. So y'all all got to play nice so we get the information. All right, so I think we're going to go into the structure I think we'll go into the structure of actually, I'll give y'all a couple more foods. We'll look up let me give y'all a couple more foods. All right, so specifically antiviral amino acids. All right, so that's one of the things we're going to look into real quick. Matter of fact, we might do that before we go into that. All right, so let's look at this real quick. Let's go back to the nature of the virus and talk about how to inactivate what's really what we're talking about. All right, so the first thing we got to know is that a virus is a protein, right? So let's deal with that, right? Protein. So here's the name of the game inside your body, right? Not boost. Not boost. I don't know where that popped up. It's crazy. It's cool though, because we're using Ocean Hero, so all these searches is contributing to cleaning the ocean. Anyway, right? So for my guys out there, folks studying, there's a lot of people watching right now that are not just trying to figure out what they need to incorporate to make sure they're a little healthier, but folks trying to figure out, folks on their study in terms of healing, health, and holistic practices, right? So denaturation is a process in which proteins or nucleic acids lose their quaternary structure, tertiary structure, and secondary structure, which is present in their native state, by application of some external stress or compound, such as a strong acid or a base, right? A strong acid or base. If you don't know, base means alkaline, right? So you can apply some alkalines to it or some acids to it, right? Kind of like the Bible said, if you lukewarm, I'm going to spit you out. So pretty much you can be hot or cold with it. But so these are all things that can denature a protein, right? Acids, alkalines, inorganic salt, right? What is an inorganic salt, right? Minerals. We just looked at them, right? We just looked at some, right? An organic solvent, such as alcohol or chloroform, right? Radiation or heat. So this is why typically it's understood in the scientific community that typically hotter temperatures reduce viral activity. So a lot of people are looking forward to the summertime, especially in places like Philadelphia, New York, Detroit. That's one of the reasons that's contributing to the government saying that they're going to open up the cities, because they know the summertime is coming. And so the sun is going to cause the viral Well, it's going to cause the way it's being transmitted to change, but they're predicting a second boost once people get released because they know people are horny. They're not going to come on TV on the news and say, we know people are horny, so we're looking at a secondary, but that's really what it is. They know that people are going to start kissing, touching, you know, once the cities open up, strip clubs open, nightclubs open, all of these things is going to contribute to the spread. Bars open, you know, all of those things are going to contribute to it spreading because of, you know, just the culture of the nightlife, right? So these are the things that we want to have in our mind if we really want to understand how we can affect from our level what's going on at a cellular or even a subcellular level, right? Radiation, heat, acids, alkalines, inorganic salts. Now, primarily, what's going to be the easiest thing for you to do is play with some acids, play with some alkalines, and play with some minerals, right? Those are the things that China has done to get their situation under control with TCM, right? So for the family that watches, that's normally on the channel, everybody, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, subscribe to the YouTube channel, damn it. All right. Thumbs up, notifications, Cash App, $ ministering, all of that stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? I got to get my professional YouTube swag together, right? Got to remember to say that every so often. You know what I'm saying? But these are the things that we want to be able to use because this is what's at our disposal. You can't necessarily drink, even though you do have people out there that are panicky, drinking Clorox bleach. You know, they had to make an announcement on TV, please don't drink Clorox bleach. So I'm asking people, please don't be stupid and drink bleach. Don't drink alcohol. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't drink rubbing alcohol. Let me say it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because you got some folks out there drinking rubbing alcohol. Okay. So, you know, people get scared and they get sick. You know, you got folks out there trying to sell folks peroxide with iron in it. You know, iron inside peroxide gets it gets oxidized immediately. That's what peroxide does. It oxidizes. So the moment you put iron into peroxide, it becomes rust. Okay, so that's just poison immediately. Okay. Okay, and just so that you know we're clear on that. Hold on, let me just. Because I don't want people to think I'm just making up stuff. Oh, Enqi, you hating? No. Look. So you guys can see, because anybody that's supposed to know some of this stuff, you know, like you know what this is, right? Type in Fenton reaction, and all of these are going to tell you what the Fenton reaction is, right? Look, I'm not changing anything. It's just coming up by itself. Look at that toxicity of iron and hydrogen peroxide. So there's not like me making this stuff up. You know what I'm saying? This is just, you know, trying to hit folks so that people are smart and they know better. Right? If you don't have the information, then you could fall for anything. You know, so not only is there misinformation at the top level where people were offered heroin, you know, like cut. People were offered cut as the cure, right? Quinine. But then, you know, on the flip side, you got folks that'll take advantage of your ignorance and tell you something crazy. So, but yeah, and you can look this stuff up on your own. There ain't no reason to take my word. That's why I show you the information. So we go back to denature, right? And so there are certain, for instance, lysine. Yeah, too many texts. Yo, you a fool. Wow. Yo, but lysine, right? So a lot of us know that there's a there's an interplay between lysine and arginine, right? So here's the thing with lysine. Lysine is an amino acid that is able to contribute to denaturing viral components floating around in your body system, right? On the flip side, arginine is like a reagent. Arginine will renature, right? So it'll put them back together, right? So arginine is the cause of many people having recurring infections, right? Recurring infections, right? And so lysine, on the flip side, stops that from happening, right? It increases your body's ability to denature these foreign RNA or DNA strands that are in your body and keep them that way so that your body can then flush them out of the system, right? So let's get some food on that, right? Let's get some food on everything immediately. So lysine, right? The number one source of lysine is watercress. So I don't know if people are into watercress. I know some of these things are not at all the supermarkets. So what's happening, man? What's happening? You're rolling up on me like this. What's up?
Is that Chase?
No, this is Aubrey.
What up, Jersey?
Okay, all right, I got you. So that's all. Stop trying to secretly photobomb my little video sessions, lady.
You are trying to really like.
Here. Take them. Man, Aubrey, this is what I'm saying, man. These children they rough and they bully me around sometimes, but it's all right. Anyway, so watercress, 27,000 parts per million. Watercress is lysine. Black beans, 26,000 ppms of black beans is lysine. Lentils, 24,000 parts per million, lysine. So these are certain foods that you can have, right? These are the foods that you want to incorporate, right? Mustard greens, 17,000 parts per million. So mustard greens are high in lysine, which makes them antiviral by nature. So now you're building your salad, right? We got dandelion in there. We got some watercress in there. We got some mustard greens in there, right? We're building our salad, right? Chickpeas, 15,000 ppms, lysine. This is why chickpeas is, chickpeas in some key positions, right? People trying to recover. Oh, let me pull this up. Okay, let me pull this up. Let's see, we're gonna get some truth about this thing here. Okay, so yeah. All right. Sometimes Wiki give you save you a little bit of time. Sometimes Wiki is trash. Okay, so let's do this. All right. Well, again, you guys can go in, right? But here's an article. And it's just going to speak, it kind of goes off subject a little bit, but it speaks to the importance of leucine, right? So the reason why I'm mentioning these, everybody knows that they have to focus on getting their minerals in, right? So this is why, one of the reasons why the detox that we have is monthly. 3 weeks out the month, you should have your detox, right? Because our detox has all these key components in there, but as people on a plant-based lifestyle, we have to make sure that we're getting these amino acids in, not just because of the theory of, oh, you have to have all your amino acids. But if we're trying to be practical about the situation, all of the amino acids that make up the proteins of your body, they behave differently. They behave differently, right? So leucine is one of the amino acids that's important for creating antiviral compounds in the body, but also B, which is very important, and a lot of people don't pay attention to it, but repairing parts of your body after you have an infection, or after even if you work out too much or whatever the case may be, right? I want people to be able to view things differently. Like, start to ask yourself things like, we know we can get for instance, we know that coronavirus is the largest family of viruses that contributes to the common cold and the common flu, right? This version of the coronavirus that's here now just is particularly severe for some people, but like I said, coronavirus has been around a long time. So we know viruses are can in some people cause what we know of as a flu, right? And a flu is basically an associated set of symptoms, right? So it would be good for me to probably pull that up for everybody. I know certain things we take for granted, like we know what they are, just because a lot of people are talking about them. We never feel the need to figure out what actually is, what is the flu, right? So so these are the things that you look for to qualify as the flu, right? Fever, right? Muscle aches, chills, sweats, headache, dry cough, fatigue, weakness, mucus, right? And a sore throat. Now, if you get 3 or 4 of these symptoms, they say you have the flu, right? In many cases, when they can't find the cause or the infection, right, they say you have flu-like symptoms, right? That's how they start to walk into the world of semantics with this, between flus and flu-like symptoms. The difference between an acute infection and a chronic infection, right? Acute infection, they can find the source of the problem, right? An acute infection is related to acute inflammation, right? When you go to chronic inflammation, there's no source. Same thing with the infection. So I was doing a radio interview, and I was asked about the military paperwork that showed that the flu vaccine, and I'll pull it up, just kind of reviewing some stuff. You know what I'm saying? But trust me, we're gonna be here for a few minutes. So if you feel like you need to go to the bathroom, don't hold it. We're gonna still be here when you get back. Right, but I want to show y'all this. Right? Look at somebody trolling the screen, writing on it. Okay, so and I showed this to some family, but for some of you guys, this might be new, right? The flu vaccine increases coronavirus risk 36%. Right? This is not, again, this is not me making it up. This is a actual military study. And well, this is the article, right? This is the Disabled Veterans website, right? So they are talking about the article. A lot of people are really mad about this, how this coronavirus thing has been going, because stuff that people have been saying maybe online in smaller groups for years, that people say, oh, that's just conspiracy stuff. There's no iatrogenic, you're making that stuff up. That's that online Sebi, Enqi. What do you look at that stuff you talking about? Now it's widespread. Now it's getting obvious, and people are starting to see through some things. So here's the actual military study. Here's the actual military study, which was done at the Air Force Health Surveillance Branch right here at Wright-Patterson Air Force, right there in Ohio, right? In the study, there are some other things, because a lot of us, we just pay attention to the highlights, right? Like the NBA, people don't watch the whole game. They just wait for the 11-minute YouTube clip of it, right? But when we get down here, I want to show y'all this. I want to show y'all the actual chart, because these are the things that we need to think of, especially in a world where vaccines are being pushed really heavy, right? So these are the study groups, right? These are the study groups. And like I said, I'm showing you guys the article so you can come back and grab it, right? But I want to just find something and highlight something for you guys really quick. Now, I could do this without showing you guys the stuff all the time. I know that takes a little bit longer, but I like to be able to validate what I'm saying as I'm saying it, so we never get caught up in thinking that I make up, it's you believe in what I'm saying or whatever the case may be. No, you saw the reports yourself, right? So here, you see right here that the flu vaccine was increasing people's risk of getting coronavirus by 36%. That's what that means. When you basic math, 1.0 is 100%, right? So once you go over 100%, right, now you've increased risk. If you go under, that represents a reduced risk, right? So not only did the flu virus, the flu vaccine increase the risk of people getting coronavirus by 36%, it also increased people's risk 15% of having a non-flu viral infection, right? Even crazier, right? Human metapneumovirus. We don't know what that is. We don't know what that, we don't even know. We've never heard of that, most of us. Okay, fine. Because it increased your risk of getting human metapneumovirus over 50%. But wait a minute, this is the most beautiful one for me that the article didn't even highlight. No pathogen detected. This increased your risk of having a flu, but them not being able to detect the pathogen that's giving you the quote unquote flu-like symptoms. So this means that almost 60% of the people that took the vaccine got sick afterwards. And they got sick and they couldn't detect the pathogen. So what are we talking about at this point now? That means that it's the vaccine. If you're fine and you have a vaccine and you haven't taken anything else but the vaccine, then you start getting sick and they check you and they can't find anything wrong that caused it, then you have to put two and two together and say, oh, it must have been the vaccine in and of itself. Right? So my point in pointing this out is just so that we are aware. We need to be aware, right? We need to be aware. A 59% increase? That's crazy. Let alone 36% increase. That's almost ensuring you get the coronavirus. Now, what about people that's walking around with high blood pressure or diabetes already? And then they take the flu vaccine. Woo! You damn near you damn near gave yourself coronavirus. Right? So these are all of the things that I want us to dial in, right? So you got the lysine, you got the lentils, you got the navy beans, you got the black beans, you got the pumpkin seeds. Did I give y'all pumpkin seeds? Pumpkin seeds, cabbage, right? We talked about the leucine. All right, let me give y'all this article again so that way y'all can grab this yourself. All right, so if y'all want to come back to this and look this up for yourself or reference it for some of y'all family members, it'll be in the video. We're in Zoom, but we're also live on YouTube as well. So it'll be up on my page. You know, if you're taking notes, you got it there, right? All right, but let's go back to the, I know niggas is greedy. They like, Enqi, yeah, go back to some of them foods. Okay, we on our way. We on our way. Okay, so we did leucine. Now, leucine has a family member, right? This one is interesting. This one is very interesting. Damn. Let's do this. Okay. All right. So I wanted to try to see if I could grab something direct, but you kind of got to get it indirectly. But isoleucine is another amino acid that your body needs in terms of infection, right? And again, I'm stressing this to vegans because vegans don't usually get a good variety of quote unquote protein, but it's really specific amino acids that you got to focus in on. And what the isoleucine does is it helps for your body to be able to recycle glutathione. Now, if we go to the book, right? We go to the book. My computer's tripping. It's all right. Right? If we go to the book, what page is it on? 363. Okay, so we go to HIV and immunity. Right? Hopefully that's still the right page. Okay. Right. One of the keys that was recognized early on, right? Recognized early on in terms of HIV and is as the research has progressed, there's other things besides HIV. Almost everything that regards pneumonia, almost everything that can cause pneumonia is also associated with glutathione deficiency, right? So the two things seem to go hand in hand, right? When HIV, and that's one of the things I told people when coronavirus first hit, flash your mind back to what happened when HIV came out, right? It's almost an exact duplicate, like we're almost reliving that verbatim. Even when KT and I interviewed Mama Pill last week, or more so me and Mama Pill sat down and just had a conversation. She said the same thing. It reminded her the same thing. But glutathione is the number one antioxidant in your body. The number one antioxidant. If we're talking about any type of infections, glutathione is the first thing we have to think about, right? Glutathione is the key, right? Glutathione is going to be the main thing that keeps your body, the inflammation damage down. Remember, coronavirus itself doesn't kill anybody. It is the body's response to coronavirus, right? So in most people, it's the cascade of immune compounds that stops them from being able to breathe. People tell you, even with the second coronavirus testimony I have on my page, right? So you guys can check that out. Coronavirus, Dr. Enqi coronavirus testimony, and then Dr. Enqi coronavirus testimony number 2, I think it is, something like that, right? But the sister's explaining to you what happened, how she felt. And she said her chest felt compressed, caved in. Everybody that I've dealt with so far, that's the one thing that's been across the line. You know, rest in greatness for Baba Kalindi, but we spoke to him while he was in the hospital, almost on a day-to-day basis, KT and I, you know what I mean? And that's one of the things that's consistent with everybody I know that's been suffering from coronavirus is the pressure on their chest. That's from all of those chemicals, the compounds from the inflammation, right? That builds up, and then you can't get oxygen to the blood. So now you starting to lose your breath. Many lose their ability to talk, voice, like everything. Glutathione is key in that situation. So focusing in on things to get us the isoleucine, right? 2 things, isoleucine and selenium. Both of those things are key in your body's production of glutathione. right? So the isoleucine again, cabbage, navy beans, a lot of the proteins, right? So shout out to all of the followers of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? Because that's what he stressed, the kidney beans. So if he was here, he would be telling you to get that, make sure you get the kidney beans. Elijah Muhammad, right? But cabbage, right? So your cabbage, your cruciferous vegetables, are also a good source of that, but your selenium, right? So what are our good sources of selenium? Now, mind you, I could just be directing you to my website and showing you products to purchase, but I want you to be able to eat a certain way as well. So we know about Brazil nuts, right? We know about Brazil nuts for selenium, but many of us don't know that milk thistle is the number 2 source of selenium, right? Milk thistle. What else do you have in your kitchen? That's about, man, dulse. Sea vegetables. So hopefully if y'all been listening to me, you got that dulse in your kitchen. Dulse is a great source of selenium also, right? Dulse. Yeah, it's not, yeah, that's what it's going to be. Now, outside of that, right, in terms of herbs, like milk thistle is a good one. He shu wu. I know a lot of people dig into the Chinese herbs a little bit. You heard of he shu wu. Well, one of the reasons is because of the high concentration of selenium. A lot of people, I know you've heard of barberry roots. Those are a really good source of selenium. Black walnut, right? Really good source of selenium. Sarsaparilla, really good source of selenium. Yellow dock, really good source of selenium, right? Yeah, so just so you creating these lists, right? These are the things that's going to help your body food-wise, right? So now for those of you that are also getting the supplementation, you take it to another level when the herbs, the minerals, the vitamins that you're eating coincide with the diet and they reinforce each other, right? So then you get, it's much more effective. Oh, you know what? This is not a food. This is a herb. It's really like an oil, right? But this guy right here, this is really good for your circulation right now. Now, again, some of these we use in the compounds, right? But this is really good. I used to use this for therapy to help people with like cast on. When I was digging in, really more digging in my like personal trainer bag, like people trying to rehabilitate and get back in shape after injuries. Because evening primrose, it comes like in an oil or like capsule, you know, those little oily capsules, comes like that. But what it does is it increases your circulation. So evening primrose is good for anybody that has any sort of blood clot issues, right? Evening primrose is great, right? Evening primrose is great. One of the complications from coronavirus is blood clots. Diabetics have circulation issues. That's why they get their feet chopped off, right? Evening primrose is great. Anybody dealing with circulation issues, right? Now, coronavirus, you also have a circulation issue because as the inflammatory cytokines and compounds pile up, your blood cells begin to get sticky. Not only because of the mineral deficiencies and you know, but the inflammatory, the whole process. You have something called complements, right? And so a complement in biology is not like hey, you look nice today. A complement in biology is like a spider web, like how Spider-Man got the webs or Kevin Hart's son, right? Your cells release complement. It's like a stringy type of protein to attach to make the viruses slow down and make them easy for white blood cells to capture them, right? A side effect of that, though, is the blood cells get sticky, right? And they start to stick together and you know, so you get circulatory issues. Blood pressure goes up. That's why it's dangerous for people that already have high blood pressure, because having a respiratory infection can cause high blood pressure, right? So if it puts more pressure on your heart and you already have pressure, then you can have an issue. So evening primrose is great for those people. And the reason why evening primrose is so good is because evening primrose is a primary source for tryptophan, right? Tryptophan is a aromatic amino acid, right? It's an aromatic amino acid. Tryptophan is responsible for a lot of your brain chemistry, right? So this is a different type. This is a much more interactive food and herb list for your coronavirus, right? Tryptophan. Tryptophan is the amino acid that becomes serotonin, right? Tryptophan becomes serotonin. Serotonin becomes melatonin. Melatonin you need to deal with any type of infection. Okay, let me go here for you guys. Melatonin, antiviral. So you're not going to see these studies. These studies are not going to hop up onto your cell phone by themselves. Right? But here's the thing. A lot of us, we don't get sleep, right? So if you have any type of sleep issues, know that you're probably having a melatonin issue. Any type of sleep issue is probably a melatonin issue, right? So if you speak to a Western health practitioner, doctor, nurse, whatever, they're going to suggest you to take melatonin. Now, just know that you can't be vegan and take melatonin supplements, because there's no vegan source for melatonin. Most of those melatonin supplements are out of animal brains, like it's an extract from somewhere, right? But the two things that you can do naturally to turn up your melatonin is evening primrose, like we just looked at, and the concentrated cherry juice, right? The concentrated cherry. The concentrated cherry. This is how these things that are not considered to be antiviral are. They have antiviral effects in your body. And if you're eating Popeye's chicken sandwiches, forget about it. I know that you know that there's nothing antiviral about your diet. But some of our vegan family, right? Me and Asa was having this conversation earlier. You know, it's levels to vegan food. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a whole bunch of you know, vegan burger patties and Beyond Beef and all that kind of stuff, and that's the wave. You know, you doing a whole lot of diet cheese, macaroni, and spaghetti and all that. That's cool. It's vegan. It tastes good, but it's not nutritious. I just want you guys to know that. Don't assume because it's vegan, it's nutritious. I got to say that always. I can't overstate that. Right? So just because you're avoiding milk and meat does not mean what you're eating is nutritious. So if you're eating those types of things, you have to know, oh, okay, well, I'm going to have to take it to the next level and add in. I got to make sure I add in these other things to provide balance, because I still need to go specifically and eat for my nutrition. Right? And what we're doing now is going through antivirals. And we're going all the way with it. I'm giving you all the way down to the damn parts per million concentration in the food. Oh, shit. All right, so evening primrose is good. Watercress is really good, right? And some of these names will pop up over and over again, and then you'll see their utility, you know, what makes them so nutritious. But watercress is good. For my asparagus family, asparagus is good. Yeah. Chickpea is good. Chickpea is, all of these things are high in tryptophan, which your body converts to serotonin, and then your body converts to melatonin, right? And again, your body does not make tryptophan on its own. Tryptophan is an aromatic amino acid you have to get from plants. Cows don't make it, chickens don't make it, so you have to get it from the plants. Animals do not make it. Your neurochemistry is, so a lot of us are on quarantine, and guess what? We are annoyed than a mother with the person we're in quarantine with. How about that? Right? Parents, you in the house with the children, they driving you crazy. Let me tell you something, parents. Your children thinking the same thing about you right now. Right? Baby mamas, baby daddies, husbands, wives, we driving each other crazy. Right? Why? Because the sun reduces that conversion rate. It reduces that conversion, or rather lack of sun, lack of natural light reduces that conversion rate of tryptophan to serotonin, right? And then lack of sleep reduces the conversion of serotonin to melatonin, but they're all dependent. So if you don't have the serotonin, then you can't produce the right amount of melatonin. So it's not like if you go to sleep and turn off the lights and you're in the dark, because that's what they tell you. You just get in a dark room and then your body start producing melatonin. No, that's not how it goes. Your body is always converting something into something. It's producing something from a combination of other things. And if those other things are not present, then you don't get the end result. So turning all the lights off, the music off, the cell phone off, that's cool. But if you don't have the serotonin, there will be no melatonin production. Right? If you don't have the tryptophan, then you won't have the serotonin production, right? And if there's no serotonin being produced or not enough, you're going to be a cranky individual, right? So it is the cranky, the cranky amino acid, right? So this is the anti-cranky, which is very important if I have to be locked in a room with you. Right? Very important if I have to be locked in the room with you. Oh, this guy. Let's talk about this. Look at this guy. I know this is going to be unpopular, but I wouldn't be good if I didn't tell you. Let me see if it pops up. We got a direct one. We have a direct link. Okay. All right, so we just gotta, let's see if we can find something this way. Borax, the inexpensive detox. All right, so a lot of us know about borax and some of these other compounds. These are boron-based compounds because boron by itself is antiviral. Okay, so here's an article right here about boron's antiviral activity against HPV. Just note this in your mind. One thing's for sure, two things for certain. If you see something is antiviral or has been labeled as antiviral, that means it shows antiviral activity against a type of virus. Now, it does not mean it's antiviral against every virus. But what it does mean is it's definitely antiviral to more than one type of virus. So whenever they discover that any sort of nutrient, compound, whatever, shows antiviral effects against one thing, they'll begin to start testing it against a wide array of other bacteria and viruses to see if it also shows the same thing. And it'll be effective against some and not others. In a time like now where we're dealing with something that's manifesting in a variety of ways, you want to be able to incorporate as many different things into your arsenal as possible, right? So boron is a very unpopular mineral, but boron is very, very, very antiviral, anti-carcinogenic, and that's the reason why immediately it gives you like a flushing. Immediately it gives you like a flushing. So it's boron, which is actually one of the key components inside of prunes that makes people go to the bathroom immediately. So you have the prune juice and then you go to the bathroom. One of the reasons that's happening is because of the high boron concentration. So inside the prune juice, you have probably 300 parts per million of boron. So you get the boron into your diet that way. But also, boron is key in the cycle of how your body replaces your cell membrane, which is made out of fatty acids, right? So prunes, very good. Cabbage, dandelion, once again, right? Celery, figs, right? All of those things are high in boron. All of those things are high in boron. But again, right, we look at building up our salad, you know, see, dandelion is the star of the show. What else do you have in your kitchen? What else do you have in your kitchen? What? Let me see if anybody's on this, because some of this stuff, I know that some of this stuff, people just never heard of this stuff until I mentioned it. Okay, so germanium is another one, right? So if you, and I'm just giving you I'm showing you how to come across this information, and in some cases, direct articles, so you can come behind me and do your own research, right? I'm just pointing this stuff out to you, right? Germanium, right? I can ask the how many people we got? How many people we got in here? Okay, we got about 150 people. If I ask everybody, how many of you have seen a commercial where they tell you to make sure you get your daily amount of germanium in? No hands will go up, right? Some of these things you don't hear being discussed. Why? So that they can be, sold to you in different formats for more money, right? Sold to you in other formats. And germanium is a rare one, right? Is a rare one, right? But a lot of people, you got grandparents and folks from the islands, whatever, and they tell you all the time, hey, ginger root, right? Ginger root is the only known food source for germanium, right? Ginger root is the only known source, and that's not even 200 parts per million, right? But with these things, you do have to come back and do your research or deal with somebody that knows what they're talking about, because some of these things, they have different effects on the immune system. And we're going to get to that part too. I'll start to relate. I'll go through and relate key herbs to specific things that boost or turn down or turn up specific parts of the immune system. So you learn how to control your biochemistry, like, you know what I mean? Like puppet it, you know how to work it, right? Germanium boosts white blood cell activity. Okay. Just putting me on, letting me know what's happening. Okay, but Daddy's working. It's people that are sick out there. I'm trying to get them some information. Okay? Get out of here, lady. Go tell Chase. Come on. Get your butt out of here. Oh, close this. Come on. All right. So, yeah, I don't know where I was at. So anyway, ginger, right? Oh, I know what I was saying. Yeah, we'll get to the specifics before the video is over. We'll go through all of the things that turn up and turn down, because germanium boosts the activity of your killer cells. So a lot of this stuff is not only applicable in the coronavirus scenario, but I'm giving you stuff to put in your pocket, period, forever moving forward. There are a variety of different cancers where people are sick because they have low white blood cell numbers. So learning how to boost your white blood cell response and number is very important as a healer, if you're really trying to make some changes holistically or be able to affect some changes, right? So germanium is one of the things that do that. Brazil nuts are not only high in selenium, but Brazil nuts are the one of one when it comes to cesium, right? Cesium is the most alkaline mineral that exists on Earth. If that means anything for you guys out there, right? And it's only in like they have some supplements out there, and they even have some medications out there, and they sell them. They got some cancer medications out there, cesium treatments, right? Oh, let me find a better, a more descriptive. Oh wait, I think I have it in the book. I should be able to see it in the book. Yeah. Now on the as you look at the periodic table, I'm going to pull it up for you in just a second. If you got your Eat Right for Your Haplotype book, you know, you got a lot of this stuff in the pages. You can just flip through your book and pull this stuff out. Bam. Right. So this side over here, it should be your left side on your screen. This side over here are the alkaline minerals. These guys over here now, francium and radium, I believe, are only made in the laboratory. They're not natural occurring elements on Earth. So that makes the most alkaline natural Earth mineral cesium. It's very rare though, right? It's only in Brazil nuts. I don't know what the reason is that it's only in Brazil nuts, but Brazil nuts is the only real source of cesium. And Brazil nuts only have 2 parts per million of cesium, and that's it. It's not been found in any other foods yet, or at least at the time of this research, right? But these are the things that we have to have, like I said, in the stats, in our mental Rolodex, right? For the kidneys, let me pull up something for the kidneys real quick. Right? People dealing with kidney damage. Again, it's one of those things that people have never heard of. Lanthanum. They're like, what is lanthanum? What is lanthanum? Right? Lanthanum is not popularly discussed because it's an antagonist of phosphorus. Right? But for people with kidney issues, lanthanum is good because it breaks down the phosphates in the kidney, right? And in some people, coronavirus is causing kidney damage, right? So you have lanthanum. Now, where do we find lanthanum? Lanthanum is pretty much, I would say cabbage, maybe, and are there any other good sources of lanthanum? I want to say cabbage, cabbage, wild lettuce, cherry concentrate. Yeah, that's pretty much going to be it for lanthanum. So those things are good for your kidney in that way, right? Those things are going to be good for your kidney. What else do I want to tell you? What else do I want to tell you? Fiber. Just a reminder, I know I done told people 1,000 times, any bread you pick, right? Folks on bread, right? Your bread can participate in your body's immune system. Okay, your bread, the bread that you choose. Okay, the bread that you choose. What are you talking about, Enqi? I never heard that before. Fiber content, right? Fiber content. Bread, for people that eat a lot of bread, bread is a good source of fiber, and usually fiber and the price that you pay for the loaf of bread are not necessarily in tandem. So a lot of people that watch me, right? We on the health, we on the health wave. We you know, we talk our shit. And we try to back it up pretty much, right? But so a lot of us are buying $4 loaves of bread, $5 loaves of bread. And you'd be surprised, those are not always the breads that have the highest amount of fiber. So rare will you find 4 grams of fiber per slice in a loaf of bread, but it is not hard for you to find 3 grams of fiber in a loaf of bread. In fact, we don't buy bread if it doesn't have at least 3 grams of fiber per slice, right? How does fiber contribute to your body's immune function against viruses? Because fiber is what feeds the microbiome, right? So I know a lot of you have been trying to do your research and you're hearing various things. Fibers help protect the ACE2 protein from the virus being able to attach to it, right? How does it does that? Because it feeds the good microorganisms. It feeds the good bacteria, right? This is how you do this, the probiotics naturally without actually drinking, you know, dry powdered milk products and foolishness, right? Fiber, right? So before there was a probiotic or a prebiotic, there was fiber, right? And you have a good variety of fiber, then you will have a good variety of microorganisms in the body. Those microorganisms coat the mucous membrane, right? And every time I say mucous membrane, right, we all think of Dr. Sebi, rest in greatness, right? The God Ogun that came to us in the personage of Alfredo Dr. Sebi Bowman, right? The OG, right? So your microbiome coats the mucous membrane, right? It coats the cell membranes, right? That microbiome diversity is what helps stop a virus from being able to enter cells and replicate, right? There's one thing for a virus to get into your body. You really can't stop that. What you can control is how your body responds. How many of your cells are vulnerable to the virus being able to penetrate them and hijack the equipment in your cells to replicate itself, right? So fiber does that. So I'm not going to necessarily tell you to stop eating bread, because I know we in the house right now. These are some of the things that's Okay, before I get into semiconductors and crystals. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're about to turn the fuck up. Okay, all right. Good stuff. All right. So, seasoning, time, right? Time management. Time is really good though. Time and ginkgo. So ginkgo biloba, right? Ginkgo biloba, circulation, right? Time though, I know time is in your cabinet. Time is good for reducing mucus, right? And also opening up the air passages. So just make sure you're eating your salad, or you're eating your burgers, whatever it is that you're doing. Make sure you just season them with the thyme. Make sure you adding in the thyme, turmeric, the cayenne. Make sure you're not forgetting the medicinal value of those things. So get that in there, right? Now one trying to pull up. Right? I like to answer the hard questions. Right? Dr. Enqi. How come the virus seems to be killing more black folks than anyone else? Yeah. That's where we get ready to start. So I'm going to take me a quick bathroom break. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna encourage y'all to take a quick break. And when we start back, this is where we starting back at. Right? Why is it? What are the race-specific differences that coronavirus is able to exploit? Right? So get your water, get your seaweed popcorn. Right. Yup. All right, now if they took too much of a break, then they're gonna miss it. All right, let's go. Be back. All right, and there will be a point, for those of you that last long enough, there will be a point where we go through Q&A. All right. Right. So this is where we're going to find the keys to figuring out why is this affecting black folks, right? So it's one thing to get, okay, bam, okay, Enqi showing us the articles, the food, the minerals, the bing, the herbs, the boo. That's a level, right? That's a level to it, right? But that's what this video is about. This is about giving us the keys to be able to take care of ourselves, right? That's what the coronation is about. Really being those kings and queens that we call each other now, right? What's going on, queen? What's good, queen? Yo, queen, you look good, queen. Yeah, all that kind of talk, right? If you're a queen or a king, you should be able to take care of yourself, right? If we're gonna wear these titles, we got to live up to these titles, right? So we need to stop looking so crazy and talking so greasy, and then shit hits the fan, and the very same people that we talk crazy about, we looking to come save us, right? No, you should be able to look to yourself or look to your community to be able to save your community. And if you can't do that, that is a bigger problem than coronavirus, right? So let's get to why we are at higher risk. All right, so let me slow it down before I just jump here and assume that everybody knows what that even means. So let's just do this so we can figure out what an endothelial cell is, because these are one of the types of cells that coronavirus seems to be targeting. right? So these are the cells that line the interior surface of your blood vessels and your lymphatic vessels. Really? Right. I don't know who that is. That's somebody in the Zoom. That's somebody in Zoom, though. Right? So y'all moderators, just when y'all find out who it is, just kick them out. Right? But these are the cells that line the blood vessels as well as the lymphatic system. Your lymphatic system is I want to make sure I find the right words. Your lymphatic system is probably the most important system in your body when it comes to being able to deal with viruses, right? All denatured proteins wind up in your lymphatic system. Y'all don't see that? Y'all got to get that off the screen.
Yo, whoever's doing this, can y'all please stop?
All right, so this is what I got to do. Until y'all can find the troll on Zoom, we gotta
We might have to just come off the Zoom and watch on YouTube.
Yeah. Y'all might. What? Yo. All right. Wow. Shit. Did y'all see that? Man. That was ugly. I wonder what shit. I hope YouTube don't delete this video. They might have fucked up the video. They might have ruined the video. Yeah. But that's one of the reasons why, again, sometimes you can't have stuff. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you can't have stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because when you open it up, you know what I'm saying, it gets crazy. Shut the Zoom down and resend with a password, Enqi, so we can finish. Here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. You see where they come in at. You know what I'm saying? Listen, y'all already know that them folks is already done infiltrated the community. This is a prime example. Come on now, look, I can't give y'all a better example of them folks infiltrating the community and trying to literally stop you guys from getting the information. If you notice, think about when they come in. Think about when they come in and start that. When I say we getting ready to discuss the differences that makes black folks vulnerable to the coronavirus. Soon as I say that, soon as we get ready to start that, then they shut the shit down. Voo, voo, voo. And they know we can't have the program with that on there. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna shut this down, and I'm gonna make that one private, and I'm gonna try to get to edit it before YouTube deletes it. And then we're gonna start right back up and pick up where we left off. But that's crazy. Did you see this? This is why I'm saying the agents is man, listen. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Because that was heat. That was a good video. I'm giving y'all shit. Nobody gives up the information like that. They don't give you, yo, get this plant, get this food. This is the exact amount of this compound in this, and that's that and the other, to the parts per million. And this is for free. I hope people donate. You know what I mean? Hit the Cash App, but this is for free. So we're going to shut it down. And like I said, I'm going to start right back up again. You know what I'm saying? So that's the agent shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the agents. That's the feds. They don't want you to know this shit right here, because this is what's making all the difference. You know what I'm saying? Once I start getting into the biochemistry that makes black folks more vulnerable than everybody else, they come in to shut the video down. And they know what to do to shut the video down. You can't have that on YouTube. YouTube is not having that. I wouldn't have that on my platform. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, come right back in. Okay, just look for the page. Come onto my YouTube page and come right back in. All right, so we're trying to let people get in here, and as they doing that, I'm working on my laptop trying to figure out how to fix the last video so we don't lose that information. Right, that was some whole serious full. That was like some full-size sucker shit. I know some of y'all are more mad than me. I know some of y'all more mad than me only because, unfortunately, I'm used to this type of sabotage. I actually really appreciate the fact that you guys got to witness that type of sabotage. Like, you know what I'm saying? Most times people don't see that type of stuff. And then when I tell y'all stuff like that goes on, when I tell y'all stuff like that goes on, some people be tripping like, Enqi, man, ain't nothing going on with Enqi, man. Ain't nobody trying to sabotage Enqi. Ain't nobody trying to slow down nothing Enqi got going on. Woo! That's all I can say. Woo! If only that was true. Like, seriously. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it be. So I'm trying to get this video. Somebody said they got the video already. Who said they got the video? If you have the video, I would really appreciate if you could send it to me, because they're not letting me grab it. Yeah, they are not letting me grab this video. That is not a good sign. All right, we almost getting there. Everybody hit the thumbs up so people can see we back live. Shit. All right, man. I don't know. We might take an L on that. Y'all, oh man. I hate to see y'all take an L on that kind of information, man. We had damn near 800 people in there. Yeah, we had damn near 800 people in there. right? Yeah, it's ugly. Okay, so we're trying to see if we can get everybody back in. All right, so hey, god damn it, we back to work though. Yeah, niggas is tight. Oh man, that's how you know when cats is tight. You see the agent provocateurs? The agent provocateurs. That's nuts. All right, so all right, so we was here. Right? We was here, right? We were talking about, right? We were talking about man, you know what? You know what? We need a music break after that. We need a music break after that. Damn it. We need a music break after that. We do. We got to have a music break. That was a little bit too much negative energy for the family. We'll just have a music break and celebrate on them. Ode to them. Let's give something to them real quick. See, this is for them anyway. Off rip. Just gonna let these bars go. Huh? When I say I do it for the culture, I'm that nigga. No biz. On the run here. Raising your kids. Raising mine so to shine through the bullshit that blind you. Your wife be a dime, so you better pay attention before I do. I'm just saying. While you in the studio trying to be a street boss, I might pull up on your lady with some books and some CMOS. Give her some dictation. She unmastered, ain't no level yet. And I'm a great teacher. She gonna take notes like a treble clef. I give street niggas some conscious niggas some street to teach them all how to eat, all on one beat. Get it? They work in the unity now. They got an entendre. There's nothing they can do with me now. The God that y'all sponsored to rep the community now. We got chemistry fluidly now. It's cool to be cool with me now. You a new jack. My blade sharp. I wield it greatly. How is Johnny come lately qualified to rate me or hate me? And attempts to debate me. Disrespect won't persuade me. When it come to this, I'm Jay-Z. Data transmission, Bill Gatesy. Ain't no tricks. You still lazy. I'm up before the roosters. Calming down shooters, rolling Buddhas with boosters. I'm with social media comedians, doing media. I'm like Eddie Murphy Raw, preaching up encyclopedia. This gon' hit like the media. Architect laid the blueprint. It's nothing you can do, pimp. I'm posted like the newsprint. Reading and weaving. You was fleecing the sheep. I'm the goat that equals. You nutrition to me. My electromagnetic signature is brilliant to see. Sound becoming light as religion to me. A vision to see. Ain't no poor righteous teacher shit. We get money quick as the street. What you think is going on, boy? My kids gotta eat. We was flipping thoughts when you didn't know nothing. Way before tax set the tone with Joe Budden. I was the first nigga on HOK with 100 plus. 1,000, my nigga. It's nothing to discuss. You fuck with police, you won't get another chance to jerk me. I've been battling for a viral breakthrough like herpes. Yeah, past the corona, school of hard knocks diploma. We don't see eye to eye. You a worker, I'm an owner. You a house nigga. I'm not even in the field. I'm free. You have no idea how it feels to be me. I get paid to think. You can't tell me nothing, partner. Information change. Your Bitcoin is my big dollar. Your whole platform look like niggas going wild. Dodging bars like niggas blowing trial. Yeah. right? Who would do that? Right? You gotta think to yourself, you gotta say to yourself, wait a minute. It's one thing to spam or try to you know what I'm saying, to diss me in the chat or whatever cats feel like they want to do. That's one thing. But when we having a family conversation, to put on those types of things, it's only one group that's going to do that. You see what I'm saying? That's them other folks. That's the folks. See what I'm saying? I'm telling y'all. Y'all don't believe. Y'all think when I'm saying, oh, this guy's an agent or this guy's an agent or whatever the case may be, y'all think that I'm using that as a diss word. Like, oh, this guy's a lame. And lame is synonymous with agent. No, I mean collects government check. When I say agent, I mean collects a government check to mislead people in the wrong direction. I'm very specific with the usage when I say agent. I mean they collect a government check and they're being paid to mislead people. Right, so I want y'all to do you only that type of people would put those types of images on that type of video, especially at that moment. Like I literally could not get you guys to open your eyes better than that right there. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, let's go back in. Where were we at? We were getting ready to talk about the reason why Black people are particularly more susceptible and what it is that you guys need to do, right? And you're going to see a running theme. You're going to see a running theme taking place because there's something that's happening in the Black community. And I'm not saying this because, oh, well, Enqi is marketing his selenium products, right? Or Enqi's marketing his herbs or whatever the case may be. No, because if that was the case, if that was the primary issue or focus of these types of videos, guess what? That whole last video, I wouldn't have even spent that 2 hours because I could have just took y'all to my website and showed y'all the products in like 20 minutes. But I'm telling y'all a whole bunch of stuff with the specifics, and none of that shit I sell. I don't sell cabbage or Brazil nuts. Like, I'm just giving y'all that food because this is more about us being able to survive what's going on. And yeah, I want y'all to come to the website and support and all that kind of stuff. But at the same token, if for whatever reason you can't do those things, I want you to have the foods. And I just want you to understand why you should incorporate some things more than others right now so that you can best protect yourself. It's a lot of people out of work right now, right? And for those of you who have situations to fall back on, so you looking at the unemployment thing, but you don't understand it. I have friends and family right now that's filing for unemployment, that's sitting at home and they waiting for the unemployment checks to come. Every week they check on their unemployment, they fill out their little computer shit, but they don't get no check. They keep saying their shit is pending. They're not actually getting the money. You know what I'm saying? So this is where things like this become important. You need to know, okay, well, shit, if I can't order anything from Enqi or KT or whoever, you know what I'm saying? You need to be able to look around in your cabinets and start to say, oh, shit, okay, well, damn, I did have these right here. And bing, let me grab these and whoop, 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 and start to, you know what I mean? And when I go get my little groceries, oh, well, let me start going the extra mile to find the dandelion greens. Because I know that I can get, you know, certain things in there, whatever the case may be. But anyway, where they stopped us is what makes Black folks particularly vulnerable to coronavirus. So let's go. Let's go in. Man. Crazy. Right? I swear. Oh, man. That was a classic moment. You know what I'm saying? That was a classic moment, man. That was a classic moment. Dandelion greens grow wild outside. No, that is a super fact. Yeah, that is a super fact. Dandelion greens grow wild outside. And, you know, obviously the birds is on it because, did I put this on my Instagram? Oh, you know what? I don't think I posted this on my Instagram. Let me see if I posted it on my Instagram. Okay, before y'all even say anything crazy, okay? This is a kitty cat. Okay, that is a kitty cat playing with the cat's owner's face. Get your mind out the gutter, okay? So I don't want y'all looking at my Instagram page and thinking crazy stuff, okay? This is a sink. Somebody is washing their hands in the sink in this picture here. It's just a reminder to wash your hands. That's all. We're supporting the quarantine program, right? Wash your hands. So that's all. That was a reminder to wash your hands. That's it. Right? But I thought I had posted the dandelion. Oh, there they go right there. Bam. That's what I was looking for. But no, I was talking to one of my Hebrew brothers the other day, and I had the most beautiful yellow and green birds ever. They was literally eating my dandelion greens. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like trying to take pictures and film them, and they so super sensitive that they could sense my movement in the house, and they was flying away before I could get a good film on them. But yeah, so dandelions definitely grows. Wow, I got a bunch of dandelion all over my backyard. And if you guys are in North America, you probably do Northeast North America. Like if you guys are up in the Philly, New York, Chicago, Detroit area, you probably have it as well, right? So anyway, let's get back to business, right? Damn, that was crazy though. Yeah, I swear that was nuts. That is definitely something that if I would have tried to tell y'all about that, y'all wouldn't believe me. Y'all do not believe how far these agents go to stop you guys from getting this info. Anyway, the endothelium is a single layer of squamous endothelial cells that line the interior surface of blood vessels and lymphatic vessels, right? Your lymphatic system, all denatured proteins, right? We talked about how to inactivate viruses, right? You inactivate viruses by denaturing them as a protein. You denature the protein, they get dumped into your lymphatic system, along with spent enzymes and hormones and other things like that, right? It's dumped into your lymphatic system for your body to get rid of it, right? This is why it's important for you to exercise and drink water. So you constantly keep that lymphatic system draining and flowing and circulating throughout your body, right? So it can clean those things up out of there, right? But in this area, there's a major difference among races, racial groups, right? So we talk about the book being Eat Right for Your Haplotype. These are one of the specifics to understanding why Black people are particularly more vulnerable, and why some of the smarter but more prone to conspiracy theory folks might say that this was biologically designed in a lab to attack Black people, right? Now, the rest of us, you know what I'm saying, we would say that no, that's no. If it was designed just to target Black folks, it's a poor design, right? So I don't think so. But nonetheless, this is what we need to learn so that we're able to protect our weaknesses, turn those weaknesses into strengths, if you will, right? So this is where everything is happening, right? The endothelium, this is where everything is happening, right? Vascular endothelial cells line the entire circulatory system, from the heart to the smallest capillaries, right? So if we're talking about blood, this is it. And blood is at the star of the show, right? So when you get the cytokine storm from all the inflammatory compounds, right? When you get all that stuff going on, it is the lack of ability for your lungs to transfer that oxygen or electricity to the red blood cells in the endothelium that is the major symptom and in many cases why people are dying from coronavirus, right? Definitely appreciate that. Remind folks, donate to the Cash App, $Minister Enqi, website for products, UnitedPlatesOfAmerica.org. Like, share, subscribe, notifications, and hit the thumbs up button. And if you are unsure, forget any of that. That is what is floating at the bottom of the screen right there, right? Once again, it's the ladies reminding me, hey, get you $5 or $6, right? They done put crazy stuff on your page, try to ruin your channel. That'll ruin your channel. Yeah, that'll ruin your channel. So I gotta crazy. I gotta try to download that video so that way I can take that off my page for YouTube, trying to sink my whole battleship behind that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That was a very calculated effort right there. Right? But the endothelium is the place. Right? The endothelium is the place. So let me see if I can grab it yet. We're like, hold on, Enqi, would you get distracted right now? Because I don't want to lose that video, man. So bear with me. Did a lot of good work on that channel. It's a lot of good info. Damn. We are still, YouTube is not letting me get this fucking video. Man, we had 800 some people in there. All right, let me see if I do it this way. I had to do this the hard way. All right, I'm gonna get back to work, family. I'm gonna have to do this the hard way though, and like play the whole video through and try to record my screen and catch it that way. All right. So, laptop down. All right, so let's get to the endothelium. Change the format. However you closed it affected the save format. Nah, it's not. No, it's not just the save format. It's because the app I got, I can get it a variety of ways. I just tried it private, unlisted, and public. I made it public again for a few seconds. None of those ways is working. So I know what it is though. It's a super violation. So I got to get it off my YouTube page. But you know, I'm gonna keep going with the info for now. Then after we finish, I get over there. So anyway, now that we know what the endothelium is, right? Oh shit! Let me make sure I share the screen. Yo, niggas were platinum, but you know what the sucker shit is? We don't know who it is, so they can't even really feel like they did their thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's another way you could tell it's some agency folks. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was somebody that I had beef with, they would want us to know that they did it. So anyway, endothelial cells also deal with your kidneys. So this is where we see kidney situations going on, right? So Now let's go back to the article that we had up. It's still there. Beautiful. And start to dig in over here, right? The prevalence of endothelium impaired function disorders such as hypertension and diabetes mellitus and the severity of their complications are considerably greater in blacks than whites. Evidence has accumulated that superoxide production and its interaction with nitric oxide, yielding the strong oxidant perioxynitrite, plays central roles in vascular pathophysiology. We hypothesize that the differences in endothelial nitric oxide, perioxynitrite, and superoxide metabolism may highlight the potential predisposition to endothelial dysfunction and cardiovascular complications prevalent in blacks. Now, what's happening, lady? Okay, so compared with whites, the steady state of nitric oxide, superoxide, and perioxynitrite balance in endothelial cells from black is kept closer to the redox states characteristic for the endothelium impaired function disorders. This may explain the differences in racial predisposition to. Okay, so let me explain to you guys so you understand what this means. The way Western science works, everything is like documented and given specific, like a number, right? So say, for instance, this ratio that they're trying to associate with nitric oxide, superoxide, and perioxynitrate, right? Say, for instance, this ratio, I'm gonna just give it a basic number. Say, for instance, the ratio for people that are sick, say the number for them is a number 1, right? And the higher you go or the further you move away from that number 1, the healthier your ratio is, right? So what they're saying is that black people normally have, like, our number is like a number 2 or number 3, whereas other groups of people, their numbers would be like a number 4, 5, 6, or 7, right? So they're saying that our steady state number, when we're totally fine and healthy, is closer than any other ethnic group's number to the number or the ratio for sickness or endothelium dysfunction. Leave my email? No. The Cash App is right there. $ Minister Enqi is right there on the bottom of the page, scrolling by. Right? So now here's the problem with that. That is a lighting issue. That is about natural light and synthetic light. And that goes back to the beginning of the video, or the beginning of the original video, where I was talking about lysine versus arginine, right? Lysine versus arginine. So if you look at the compounds outside of superoxide, those are nitrogen-based compounds. What happens, which is problematic, particularly for black people, because our bodies are designed to get a much higher concentration of sunlight. Sunlight is a large part of how our circulatory system runs, right? What is that? What are you trying to share right there? I can't get that. What is that? Type in the name of the article instead of the link to the article, right? But so arginine in your body, right? Arginine is converted into nitric oxide when your body gets the right type of sunlight, right? When your body gets the right inner beauty. Type the name of that article that you're trying to put right there instead of the actual link, so we could just pull up the actual article. Oh, no. I'm gonna go back to the article. If that's the link for Minds. Was that the link for Minds? Oh, yeah. No, I'm gonna go back to the article. I just wanted to explain real quick so you understand. Oh, okay, cool. I just wanted to explain real quick so folks understand how arginine plays a role and how if arginine is something that reactivates inactive viruses that cause infections, if arginine is behind repetitive infections, why is that the case? The case is because Black folks get backed up arginine in their system because our body is designed for the sunlight to process our arginine. That's how your body is designed. As a brown or Black person, your body is designed as an equatorial haplotype. Your body is designed for the sunlight to convert arginine into nitric oxide. Man, anytime. What you talking about? Professor Yibo, that's my guy right there. In fact, Professor Yibo might be one of the reasons I even live in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy right there. So anytime, man, you just got to give me some contact information. Text me. Hit my phone up, and when you text me, let me know it's you. You know what I'm saying? Hit my phone up and let me know it's you. You know what I'm saying? You say he has a solution? Oh, we do too. That's why I got testimonies and people all around the world. Like, yeah. So we've been. That's great that you guys have a successful program. You got. You know what I'm saying? That's the key. You know what I'm saying? My program may not be the only successful. I know KT is doing well as well. So you know that's the key though. Is just being able to get these successful protocols out to the people. And then what I like to do is go the extra mile and get people understanding so they're not dependent on us. So that's another level to the reason why I teach it the way I do, is because if all of this electronic shit shut down, I want people to have this information on their own at home, you know, and then be able to take it another step further and not be locked into a specific type of herb either. You know what I'm saying? Because if I just tell you the herb works for a certain type of symptom, then you locked into the herb. But what happens if the herb sells out or you can't find it, right? You don't know the actual active compounds in the herbs that's doing the deal. And most times you can find any compound in a variety of plants. So knowing those compounds become key. But anyway, so because of that fact, going back to what I said, our bodies require sunlight to change the arginine into nitric oxide. That's the reason why sunlight is affecting men's hard-ons, right? This is why your thing is not getting hard every morning, fellas. Pause, right? But if you wake up in the morning and you are not saluting, fellas, that is a problem. Do not let anybody tell you that it's because you're getting older. Oh, you in your 30s now, you know, your joint, you know, whatever. I made 2 sets of twins in my 30s. So don't let nobody confuse you. That thing supposed to keep on working. Let nobody tell you in your 40s, your 50s. No, that is a good tool to monitor. Make sure that thing is, you know what I mean, fellas? Pause. And sisters, make sure your breast is perky. Same thing with you ladies. You know, also make sure that, you know, you're getting engorged when you get aroused for sex, right? All of the fluids should rush to your vagina and give you a female erection, right? There's a difference between females when they're not aroused and when they're aroused. You know, the little man in the boat gets, you know, alert, right? So that needs to happen. You need to use those things as signs that your circulatory system is not right. Right? Your heart shouldn't have to stop before you realize that something's going on. Those are circulation issues. Right? Right. Even Sebi was making babies in his 80s, you know what I'm saying, or his 70s, you know what I'm saying? So here's the key, right? Let's go back on over here. Right? So I know people want to see the article, right? Let's see. Let's see if we can find a. Oh, so this is the one that Inner Beauty had. Yeah. So this is the link that she put in the chat, right? So you get a much longer, lengthier, more detailed description. Okay. Now, when you get into the detailed description, right, you're gonna come down here, right? This is something that you hear. Well, you hear me and KT talk about it all the time in a variety of ways. You'll hear me talking about phosphorus, but you hear KT talking about the NADPH system itself, right? Very key in this situation between equatorial haplotypes and everybody else, right? So definitely make sure you guys get this. It's in the AHA. It's in the AHA journals. This is definitely an AHA moment. Today has been an AHA moment for us in a variety of ways, right? But there's also something else that's a lot more important. Well, let me just give you these two enzymes. Okay, so one is NADPH. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. All right, so this, all right, so you know what? Let me just dial it back because I know we having a crazy afternoon. I don't want to put too much on you, right? But y'all see where we at with this, right? So you have a whole separate search on your hands, and you can go down this rabbit hole, right? NADPH oxidase antibodies. That's not the focus for where I want y'all to focus your attention. All right. I just clipped on it because I know how my group is. You know what I'm saying? They're going to see that in the video and be like, why he talk about that? I'm showing you these things so you can do the research yourself, right? But I want two specific enzymes for you to just know, right? NADPH oxidase is a membrane-bound enzyme. Okay, so what are we talking about now? We're talking about your cellular membranes. This is the point of entry for the virus into the cells, right? Your cell membrane, right? So these are membrane-bound enzymes, and they're responsible for catalyzing the production of a superoxide free radical by transferring one electron to oxygen from NADPH. So this is how you get the superoxide production, right? So going back to the original article we looked at, remember it was 2 nitrogen compounds and superoxide. This is how you get the superoxide, right? This is how you get the superoxide. Now, NADPH oxidase is dormant under normal conditions, but is activated to assemble in the membranes during respiratory bursts. Respiratory bursts is the rapid release of free radicals. Now, When will you have a rapid release of free radicals? When you have an infection, right? Now, what we need to know is that for whatever reason, Black folks produce a lot more of this NADPH oxidase than everybody else, right? So this is one of the reasons why we need to learn how to down-regulate our immune response just as much as we need to know how to turn it up, right? This is why we got to master that. We got to know how to turn it up just as well as we know how to turn it down. Right? We got to learn how to control this shit. Right? All right. So there's another one. There's another one related to this whole situation, right? And these are the differences that makes Black folks more susceptible. Our guy right here, we going in right now. I'm telling you, this be the shit they don't want y'all to get. Because, see, when you come over here, you don't get regurgitated information. You get shit that you never heard. At best, you hear somebody speaking about it 6 months to 6 years after. Like everybody listening to, what's his name? Rashid Buttar and Janet, whatever her name is. They ain't telling y'all nothing today that I ain't told y'all 2 years ago. At the minimum. Right? All right, so let's look at this guy right here. Right? Now, pay attention to the fact that these guys also are related to your antibodies. So the last, the NADPH oxidase in this enos guy are related to your antibodies. Let me see what happened. I was on type it like this. Okay, here we go. Right? Nitric oxide synthases are a family of enzymes catalyzing the production of nitric oxide from arginine. Right? See? So this is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't make this shit up. Right? I don't make this shit up. I just stay in the studio longer than these guys. Right? Among other things, look, it helps modulate vascular tone. What else? Insulin secretion. Oh, man. Right? So we got it all right here. Look, all this whole shit about the high blood pressure, diabetes y'all listen to, and they tell you it's genetic and woo, woo, woo. I'm showing you where the cause is right here. And it's not that you're inheriting disease, you're inheriting the improper habitat. You're in a habitat with poor lights. KT, y'all seen KT here. For those of y'all that seen KT here on the channel, he was in the crib sitting right here in this chair. For the first time, I got somebody to verify that it's impossible to sit in these chairs without UV blocking light. Because I'm telling you, 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 light bulbs, and my light bulbs is crazy. I got all UVB, UVC. I got the joints that they show on the CSI joint where you turn off the lights and you had that on, and then it shows like the bodily fluids all over. I got my light bulb getting crazy. Right? But these are the different things. Peristalsis. Right? Peristalsis. This is how the muscles, this is that wave. This is an electromagnetic wave that controls your muscles from your mouth to your anus. Right? So a lot of people not having the right bowel movements. A lot of people losing the structure in their colon, in their intestines. Right? The integrity. Right? We're looking at that right there. Right? So if we're not getting the sun, because the sun is a trigger for us, the sun is the trigger for these nitric oxide synthases to start converting this arginine to nitric oxide. Now, if you're a black person and you're never in any natural light, you're not getting enough sun, i.e. we live in Philly, we live in New York, we live in Baltimore, we live in Chicago, we live in Detroit, we live in Boston. Like, if you're in these places, we live in Toronto. Like, it's crazy if you're in Canada, then it's nuts if you're in Canada, right? If you're in these places, this is an issue for you. Because North America and above, we're only getting UVB. We're only getting UVB from September to, from April to September. April to September. What are we doing for the rest of the year? Right? They keep discussing with you only vitamin D. When you hear lack of sunlight in your health, they discuss vitamin D with you, but they're not talking about this, right? Vitamin D is big on the cancer side. Vitamin D is big on the immune response side. But we're talking about a reagent for viruses in your blood. So even if your immune system is deactivating this stuff, arginine be reactivating this stuff. You know what I mean? And, some of the bros that are out there bodybuilding that might be taking nitric oxide supplements or L-arginine supplements, if you're not balancing those out with at least as much leucine and lysine, right? So meaning if in your day you're getting, I'm just giving you for example, if you're getting 25 milligrams of arginine in via supplementation, you should be getting another 25 grams of leucine or isoleucine to go along with that, and another 25 grams of lysine, right? So either leucine or isoleucine, and then lysine as well. Lysine and leucine different, right? All right, but you need those two to make sure this arginine does not become something that's going to continuously aggravate infections. And again, this is more problematic for Black folks than anybody else. These are things that are going to make you more susceptible to specific types of infections, because we just saw the papers that shows that there's a huge difference in haplotypes or racial groups, ethnic groups, if you will, in the production of nitric oxide synthase and the NADPH oxidase, right? Now, if you notice, they function together. Look, nitric oxide synthases are unusual in that they require 5 cofactors. So that means if any one of those cofactors are not there, you don't have nitric oxide synthase activity. If you don't have nitric oxide synthase activity because you don't have the cofactors, diet, or because you don't get the catalyst, sunlight, then you're going to have backed up high levels of arginine, and you're not going to get the nitric oxide. And nitric oxide is responsible for not just hard-ons and things like that, you know what I'm saying? Pause. But also for your blood circulation, right? Also for your blood circulation, right? Now, look at this. Look, again, I don't make this stuff up. Look what it says right here. It is the proximate cause of septic shock and may function in autoimmune disease, right? It is too much nitrogen building up, right? And not in the form of nitric oxide, but in some of the more dangerous nitrogen compounds, right? We started talking, what was that, like 4 or 5 years ago, about the other types of free radicals. Remember, they talked to you about radical oxygen species, right? But there are also radical carbon species. There are also radical nitrogen species, right? These are 2 categories. These are 2 whole other categories of free radicals that are being produced in your body that you need to pay attention to if we really going to deal with this holistic shit, right? about. All right. All right. Let me see if I got a good. Let me see if I got something I can use to show this example in the book. No. Try to see if I can find you guys a good diagram, because I want to also show you this. This plays a key role in selenium and sulfur content in your body. Right? There's a whole nother piece to this puzzle. And you know what? We may come back to this. I may use this. If all else fails, page 254, I may use that if all else fails to show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find you guys something. Man, shout out to the agents today. Man. Shout out to the agents today. Okay. All right. Make sure y'all using y'all Ocean Hero. Download Ocean Hero. Shout out Ocean Hero. What we're gonna pull up. Red. Let's see if we get a good image. It's crazy how much stuff is just, it's just not there. Like, there's a lot of things that they just, you can tell what people don't want you to see because it's not readily available online. Notebook. In case y'all want to know, there is a missing page in the notebook. And I know for a fact if I go look around, I'm gonna find this ripped out page with a drawing on it. All right. Let's see if I can find it this way. Wow. It's crazy. Zero information on cholesterol sulfate. There should be quite a bit of information about this here. This is nuts. Now look at this. Watch this and you'll see a contradiction pop up immediately. Look, cholesterol sulfate is quantitatively the most important known sterol sulfate in human plasma. Stop right there. If it's the most important known sterol sulfate, right? If it's the most important known sterol sulfate in human plasma, where are the rest of the articles about it? Where's the rest of the information about it? Why don't we see more of information available about it? Right? Crazy. Where it is present in a concentration that overlaps that of other abundant circulating steroid sulfate, DHEA, although these sulfolipids have similar production and metabolic clearance rates, they arise from distinct sources and are metabolized by different pathways. While the function of DHA sulfate remains an enigma, cholesterol sulfate has emerged as an important regulatory molecule. Cholesterol sulfate is a component of cell membranes where it has a stabilizing role, protecting erythrocytes. Okay? Erythrocytes are your red blood cells, right? They also regulate the sperm, so that's a whole nother conversation, right? But protects the erythrocytes from osmotic lysis, right? That's what people see in many of these cases when you're taking certain tests like PCR tests and other tests for viruses, and they show viral components. A lot of those viral components are components of your DNA because you have cell damage, because you have situations like this going on where the cell is lysing itself. Same thing happens in sickle cell anemia, right? Same thing happens when you have glutathione deficiency, right? We talked about that when we were doing the AIDS videos or HIV videos, right? And people were asking me, like, how is it possible that Dr. Sebi was able to heal AIDS with food? And I was walking people through exactly how that works, how the herbs and the food are able to reverse what we know of as AIDS, right? These are one of the key components right here. We're looking at it right here, right? It also regulates or is involved in blood clotting, right? Right? These your osmotic balance is drastically affected in pneumonia or viral infections. Blood clotting, huge issue with coronavirus, folks, right? Signal transduction, right? These are the guys that control the distribution of oxygen from the red blood cells to the tissues as the red blood cells are circulating, right? Look, cholesterol sulfate deficiency and coronary heart disease, right? It's because these sulfurs on the outside of the blood. Now, some of us have these cholesterol sulfates. Some of us have cholesterol selenates. So we have the selenium, right? Selenium and sulfur distributing the oxygen, right? This is again going to haplotype. This is again going to what's particularly making Black folks more vulnerable than others. Right? Right? A heart attack is a well choreographed sequence of events aimed to restore sulfate supplies by oxidizing taurine, which is stored in large amounts in the heart. Right? Taurine stored in large amounts in the heart. Selenium is the other guy. Remember, oxygen, selenium, and sulfur in the same family. So a lot of these compounds, like even like with the superoxide, right? We have an enzyme called superoxide dismutase, right? Don't get locked into one thing, right? Understand. That's why we're going to touch on some of the biochemistry of it just a little bit, so you guys get an idea of this stuff, right? If you see sulfur doing a job somewhere, almost, we're not going to say every single time, but more times than not, selenium will be able to step in and do that same job that you see sulfur doing. But typically with the haplotypes, there is a disparity in sulfur and selenium, right? So it's not just like you guys always thinking melanin, selenium, and sulfur. No, there are a lot of different roles that selenium and sulfur play in your body, right? A lot of different roles, right? One of them, though, is helping your red blood cells to be able to distribute the oxygen to the tissues, right? And this is what we're talking about, because when you go through respiratory infection, you get that pneumonia or ARDS, same thing. You're still getting flooding in some portion of the lungs. That's what the problem comes down to, being able to efficiently distribute the oxygen and free up as much oxygen as possible, right? So these are some things that we can do that may give us a fighting chance without having to get the what is that thing? The damn the ventilators or be intubated. You know what I mean? These are some of the options. If we regulate these things, we don't have to put ourselves in certain dangerous situations, right? Now we talked about the NRF2 system 1,000 times, right? So I don't feel like we need to talk about that right now. All right, yeah. So let's get down to the nitty gritty with it, right? So if these nitrogen oxide synthase family of enzymes are so important, then we want to incorporate things in our diet for those guys as well, right? We want to make sure we get some of the things that can help us boost those things in our diet as well. So what you need to know is it's not just B12, right? Because a lot of us, when we think of cobalt, when I say cobalt, you know, especially if you have been following for a while, immediately my folks, they know, they go, oh yeah, we know about the B12. That's cobalt. Yeah, they know that's, yeah, okay. But also this nitric oxide synthase is a cobalt enzyme, right? It is a cobalt enzyme, right? So where do we go? In your kitchen to eat for cobalt, right? Dose 150 ppms, right? The wild yams 147 ppms, right? This is for your cobalt. And in the dose and in the wild yams, these are going to usually be in the form of one of the three main forms of B12, right? So dose wild yams, pumpkins, primarily pumpkin seeds, right? Right. These are the things that you're probably going to have in your kitchen. Right now, in terms of herbs, right, there are a lot of herbs that are high in cobalt or B12. Sarsaparilla, 150 parts per million. Paul de Arco, right? Now we know Paul de Arco is a particular herb used everywhere for antiviral. This is why. This is one of the reasons why, because Paul de Arco has the high amount of cobalt and the enzymes for the cobalt, and it helps your body produce this family of enzymes, amongst other things, that allows your body to fight through the inflammation. And you know what I mean? Eyebright, that's a popular herb. All of these guys are around 150 parts per million. Mullein, right? Mullein, chickweed, burdock, right? Cascada sagrada, right? We start getting a little bit low. We start getting closer to 100 ppm, parts per million. Licorice root, right? Your garlic is at 100, right around there. Chaparral, I know we hear a lot about chaparral, right? Dandelion, right? All of these guys, the cobalt, right? Particularly important for you to have this stuff in getting this stuff in. Guess what else is a great source of cobalt, right? Your sea moss. See, they're getting benefits from sea moss. This is why. Okay, so there's sea moss in the detox, right? There's also sea moss in the herbal hydration, right? Because we talk about sea moss's ability to hold water and hydrate and help the lungs, help clear the lungs. Well, this is one of the reasons, right? Because sea moss is particularly high in cobalt and magnesium. A lot of people don't know about that, right? A lot of people don't know that sea moss is a number one source. Sea moss has 20,000 parts per million of magnesium in it, right? So we have it in the capsule form. You know, I thought that was the most practical, you know what I'm saying? So we have it in capsule form so you don't have to taste it. Because a lot of people still, they're like, I like to taste it at sea moss. Yeah. The cyanocobalamin is not necessarily the way we want to go, though. You know what I'm saying? You got the methylcobalamin and some other forms of cobalamin. But anyway, so, right, we're getting that, right? But the same way we talked about chromium and iron, it's cobalt is metabolized, or cobalt helps to metabolize, iron, right? So this is the whole relationship of iron in the red blood cells. It is through this set of enzymes. So we hear about cobalt being required to make sure that we're not anemic and metabolize the iron and all that. Right? So this is also a part of your skin being photovoltaic, right? Turning light into electricity. Turning light into electricity. Right? Light into electricity. right? You take, so it's electron movement, right? And so I want to get to that piece too and talk a little bit about crystals and that kind of stuff. We might segue into that because a lot of this stuff depends on that. That's how this all works. So when we hear about the body being electric and all that, that's also your biochemistry. So what makes arginine go from arginine to nitric oxide is oxidizing. Oxidizing is the transfer of electrons, right? Whether we're adding electrons to a substance, which would be called reducing, or whether we're taking electrons away from a substance, which would be called oxidation, right? That's the key to your biochemistry. So to go from arginine to nitric oxide, that we're oxidizing. To go from sulfur to sulfate, we're oxidizing. To go from selenium to selenate, we're oxidizing, right? All right, so let's do this. Let's pull up a periodic table real quick. Yeah, I still can't believe this shit. I ain't gonna really be able to believe this until we get off. Like, niggas put this whole crazy shit on the screen. Oh man, that was crazy. All right. Tripping. Did we already do this? Right. Okay, so hold on. But anyway, while we have this on the screen and you guys can see these red blood cells, this is talking about the blood types. So just kind of ignore this for a minute. On the outside of the red blood cells, there are a lot of other things besides just, you know, these antigens that determine what type of blood cell it is. You also have these sulfates or selenates outside the cell, and those guys are the guys that are pretty much in control of oxygen distribution. And so that is one of the things that is killing people, right? So when we talk about getting these things in, when I talk about you guys using red onions for circulation, one of the reasons because they immediately boost your red blood cells' ability to carry and distribute oxygen, right? Not to mention the fact that red onions are definitely antiviral. Right? And we all have red onions in our kitchen. Problem is, if y'all deal with the red onions, y'all cooking all the shit out of it. You can't cook the shit out of it, unfortunately. If you're going to do the red onions, if you're doing these things that I'm telling y'all to eat, most of the times you got to eat these things close to raw. You know, if you're going to add a little cooking on it, you can add a little cooking on there, a little heat on there just to you know, soften some of these things up, like ginger root or whatever the case may be. But for the most part, you got to eat this stuff, right? So, okay, so on one side, as we move to the right side of the periodic table, electronegativity increases, right? That means as we go to the left side of the periodic table, electropositivity increases, right? What is electropositivity? Electropositivity is alkalinity. Electropositivity means this is an atom that likes to give away electrons, right? So all of the atoms on the left side of the periodic table, they like to reduce things, meaning they like to supply your body with extra electrons. The guys on the right side, well, they like to snatch those electrons. They like to snatch those electrons up and hold on to them, right? And their ability to hold on to them determines their behavior, right? So this is why one of the reasons why your body uses chlorine, hydrochloric acid in the stomach, right? That's one of your waves of protection right there immediately with some of the stuff you eat, right? But also you see oxygen, sulfur, selenium, same family. The reason why they're important to our biochemistry is because of the way they interact with electrons, right? They are a family. Matter of fact, let me find the bigger one because I have this bigger. Let me make a quick little, give y'all a white background. You can see it better, right? All right, boom, right? So these guys over here hold on to electrons, right? These guys over here like to share them, right? So it's almost like if you fold, and these guys in the middle are transition elements. Transition, it's almost like the periodic table is designed to teach you electron behavior. So these guys in the middle hold on to hydrogen. So what is hydrogen? Water, right? So with these guys in the middle here, these transition elements, you're talking about flow of current, right? These guys out here on the side, they're directional. These guys donate, these guys receive, right? But you put them together, right? Senders, receivers, then you start to put together a circuit, right? A circuit. The circulation of your personal circuit is what keeps you alive. Coronavirus is stopping that circuit, right? That is what we have to deal with, right? And so I want to talk a little bit about how these guys combine, and just a little bit of going into these guys so to give us a better idea of this stuff, right? We got a lot of foods, a lot of herbs out the way, right? But I want to go into science a little bit, little bit, you know what I mean? All right, so that dry cough, right? Important to stay hydrated. That dry cough. That dry cough is an indicator that not only are you kind of dehydrated, but that your cells aren't structuring themselves at optimum level. So if your cells aren't cleaning themselves, that's because you're not getting optimum cell structure, right? One of the reasons why you were offered the cut for heroin as a cure, right? Because Plaquenil, make no mistake, hydrochloroquine, aka Plaquenil, is cut for dope. Okay? Let me pull that up. Because I think y'all think I'll be tripping when I say some of this shit. Look. Quinine, hold on. Look, the first thing come up. When you type in quinine, the first thing that comes up, look, is coronavirus treatment, right? I didn't type that. Look, I didn't type that into the, I did type that into the search. All right. Type it in by itself and see what come up. Okay, tonic water, foods that have quinine, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what we don't see is, okay. All right, so we got to type in. All right, 1 point. All right, so anyway, when you type in quinine and coronavirus, the first thing you see pop up is Plaquenil, hydrochloroquine, right? But what does not come up is this. And this is why I'm saying you guys sometimes you gotta be able to link, you gotta be able to see these patterns, right? If you're not from the street, these are things you may not know. So this is the other Dr. Enqi. This is the this is the 58th Street part. This is the Harlem part right here. You know what I'm saying? But my dad was a big, this heroin is my, I come from a heroin family. You know what I'm saying? I just decided to do something positive with my life. Right? But if you type in, what is heroin cut with? Look, first sentence, drug dealers use other substances like powdered milk, sugar, starch, and what? Quinine to increase the profitability and decrease the potency of the drug they are selling. See that? The guy again. Same thing, different name. Look. Quinine is the most popular cutting agent in the United States and was found in 68% of samples collected from Washington, LA, Chicago, New York, and Buffalo. Right? So sometimes when I say certain things, y'all think I'm crazy. But for me, I don't believe in coincidences. So when we go from a heroin epidemic and all opioids, the side effect is respiratory infection. Then we have, right after a heroin epidemic, now it's an epidemic of respiratory infection. And then we get offered heroin cut as the cure. I already knew in advance. That's why I told y'all, man. We stick with the tree bark. If you talk about the cinchona tree, you got a conversation. You're talking about that thing near, well, I know too much about that. I know too much about that, right? But the reason why I'm bringing that back up is because one of the things that it does, which is the reason why it has the rich history that it does, is because quinine is able to directly increase the quinine is able to directly increase the pH in the red blood cells. You know what I'm saying? Quinine is able to directly increase the pH in the red blood cells. Man, I had so much. Yo, they really threw my flow off though with that joint. That shit was crazy. Yeah, shout out to them. That was a good one. All right. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get to some shit. Pull up some shit. All right. So let's get to some of this biochemistry. So, where do we start with this conversation? Right? Where do I go to start this conversation? To the Bible. Go to the Bible and let's see what the Bible says about crystals. What does the Bible say about crystals? Because you speak to some people that study the Bible, and they say that the Bible says, that crystals are witchcraft. And I'm like, I'm not sure about that. I think that the Bible tells the folks, look, The Bible tells the folks, the God in the Bible tells the folks to create a breastplate with 12 gemstones. So it says that you're supposed to wear these 12 crystals on your chest, right? It's a breastplate. You wear it on the breast, 12 crystals, right? So I took that as something that was put there for more study. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people, when they look at the Bible, right? A lot of people, when they look at the Bible, here's the thing that they do. They forget that Hebrew is a mathematic language, right? Hebrew is a mathematical language. Every word in Hebrew has a number associated to it, right? That means that if you can convert the book to numbers, then that means that it is also a science text, right? So that is how I look at certain things. So my views are a lot different from a lot of people, but I look at it also as a science text. And looking at it that way made me want to understand this, right? So you start to poke around and you get, this will pop up on you sooner or later, right? You start to see this. Crystal lattice, right? What is the definition of crystal lattice, right? Crystal lattice, right? A geometric arrangement of the points in space at which the atoms, molecules, or ions of a crystal occur, also called space lattice, right? In chemistry, it is the regular array of points about which the atoms, ions, or molecules composing the crystal are centered. Okay, so now, one of the keys that people don't understand is that your entire body is made up of crystal lattice structure. So by studying crystals, you learn biochemistry, right? That's one of the reasons I feel that those you were directed towards certain crystals. Give me a few minutes. Once I finish up, I'll go in there with y'all. We can all go. All right. Get your tell them to get they bathing suits and stuff, and then when I finish the video, we could go in the pool if it's not too dark. So this is your whole biochemistry is based on this, right? Your whole entire biochemistry is based on crystals, right? So you want to understand your biochemistry, you need to understand crystals, right? If you want to understand viruses, you want to understand crystals. I'm just telling it to you. If you're not interested, that's fine. But then you're not interested in understanding how a virus works. You're not interested in understanding how to protect your body from viruses, because viruses are actual crystals, literally. All RNA and DNA are crystals. All. There's no, all genetics are crystals. All. There is no DNA or RNA that is exempt. All DNA and RNA, whether viral or your own, are crystals. I need you guys to get that. Right? And so we're not going to go through a whole crazy thing, but I want you guys to get familiar with certain aspects. So as you're doing your study at home for you and your family, you have to learn these things. Refusing to learn these things does not make them less true. Refusing to learn them doesn't make them less true. It just makes you less equipped to deal with life as it's coming at you. Right? Don't call yourself a healer. Don't call yourself a holistic. Don't call yourself knowledgeable. None of that shit if you don't understand this. Is somebody going to take you out of the deep water and drown you in conversation because you don't know what you're talking about? Right? So I'm trying to give y'all the jewels right now. This is the shit they don't want you to have. This is why they spamming the videos, doing all kind of crazy shit to shut down the page and the channel and the videos and all that. Right? This is why you guys got to support. Cash at me. Make sure I stay. Man. All right, so let's go in deeper. Right? Let's go in deeper. Right? So let's go back. Let's see what this is. Crystal structure. In crystallography, crystal structure is a description of the ordered arrangement of atoms, ions, or molecules in a crystalline material. Okay, now, when you look at let me think of something. Water. Duh. Water is the simplest one, right? Where almost all of us are familiar with the molecular structure of water. So that'd be a good one to use, right? What is that? H2O, right? H2O, right? I just want you to see where science and what our ancestors may have called alchemy. I want you to see where the overlap is and how, because it's one thing to say it like, because I know a lot of us, right? I know a lot of us, we know intuitively, intrinsically, we know that chemistry is basically on the shoulders of alchemy. A lot of us know that. But I want to show you where the footing and the shoulders meet. Like the shoulders and the feet meet right here, right? Because when you get the molecular structure of a thing, like when you get H2O, the reason why they tell you water is H2O is because when they examine water, the repeating atom lattice structure, the repeating framework is 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen. Then it's 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. And then it's 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. And then it's 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. And it's 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. Right? The reason why you get molecular structure that way, the reason why you get it broken down to you that way is because all of biochemistry, low key, is based on alchemy and the understanding the crystals. And by giving you those, you were directed to study these crystals. You were directed to study crystals, right? You were directed to study crystals because studying crystals and how crystals form. How do crystals form? Crystals form from structured water, right? So if we have a pool of water, and in that pool of water, we have solutes, right? We have atoms of stuff. We have stuff in there. As the water structures, what happens is the solutes, everything besides the H2O gets pushed and clumped together. When the atoms get pushed and clumped together, some of those atoms repel each other. They push away some atoms. Some of those atoms magnetize to one another. And as those atoms attach, they attach based on magnetic attraction and repulsion. So you get repeating patterns. When those things attach and they bond in repeating patterns, you now have a crystal. Ta-da! So when you look at, for instance, let me give you some real-time examples, right? Because I knew somebody was going to ask me. So I said, all right, well, let's take a look, right? For instance, if you look at jasper, right? What is jasper? Jasper is not an element. Jasper is not an atom. Jasper is quartz and silica, right? Like your bones, with the addition of iron, right? Quartz and silica with iron. That's jasper, right? Or the bloodstone, right? Or the speckled stone. So anybody that knows the Bible, you know these terms, right? The speckled people. The speckled people. Well, the speckled people, you're talking about a speckled stone, you're talking about jasper, right? The jasper is the bloodstone. The bloodstone just so happens to have your base of silica and quartz, but then also iron. So what was that? That is a, for me, that, oh, that's, oh, okay, blood, iron, okay, bing, boop. Right? Blood, iron, right? Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all some shit real quick. Let me just show y'all something on the sidebar. Let me show y'all something on the sidebar real quick. Right? And I gotta show y'all this. Right? Okay. So earlier we talked about a virus being a protein, right? And proteins needing to be denatured in order to be inactive, right? And when we pulled up a protein being denatured, right? We went through some of the things that, you know, you acid or alkaline. The reason being is because when you add an acid or alkaline, you remove some of the electrons, right? Or you add more electrons to it. Whatever you're doing, you're changing the molecular structure, right? So I want y'all to see something, right? So let's see if I have it. I should have this in here in the book. All this shit's in the book somewhere, right? A lot of y'all like, hold on, we need the new copy. But all this shit I'm showing y'all is in the Eat Right for Your Haplotype copy that you have right now already. Oh shit. This ain't in the new copy. All this stuff is stuff that you read your book 10 times and you never seen this stuff. Because the book is written layered cake. Layer cake. The book is layered. Where do we have the amino acids? Amino acids. No, that's too far down. Hold on, family, work with me. No. Bam. Okay. So we talked about when you're talking about denaturing a protein, you're talking about the protein losing its structure, right? So this picture here, I'm just using for an example. Just using for an example because on your right, the quaternary structure, right? So you're looking at the hemoglobin molecule, right? You're looking at the phases of the structure, right? So this is the three-dimensional. When it's fully hydrated, right? That is its three-dimensional structure, right? A denatured protein basically loses its three-dimensional structure, right? A denatured protein loses its three-dimensional structure, right? Now, mind you, you are made of proteins. Your DNA, you know, your RNA, your mitochondria, your pigment, your melanin, all of these things are various types of amino acid chains, right? And in order for any of them to be active, they have to have their three-dimensional structure intact and be hydrated. You deactivate or you inactivate any type of protein, chain, peptide, whatever, by denaturing it, meaning it loses the 3D structure. Now, I'm repeating that for a reason, right? I want y'all to remember that, right? So now, something really unique in the Bible, right? Right, and some of you are familiar with this, right? This, the number 26. Very unique. Very unique. right? Very unique, because we look at this table here, right? Iron is number 26 on the periodic table, right? In the Bible, God is represented, his number, the number that represents his name is number 26. Now, there's another strange little coinkydink. If you're the type of person that believes in coinkydinks, right, with this number 26, right? So you have what is it? 5 times 5, right? Yeah, 5 times 5 is 25, right? Right, so you got 5 times 5, that's a square, right? Right? I know y'all like, Enqi, are you tripping right now? I might be. Right? I just like to create as much conversations as possible. So, that's what I like to do. Create conversations. Conversations educate. Conversations spread culture, right? So we have a square, right? On top of or under 26. And then we have, let's put it right here. Right? But then we have 3 times 3 is 9, and 9 times 3 is 27, right? Well, 27 is a cube, right? Now, listen, this number 26 is the only number in existence that does this. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. The number 26 is the only number that is in between a square and a cube, right? So what does that mean? That means that you can look at 26 as the pathway that things must go to come into existence, biologically anyway, right? Because this is how this can be viewed as the pathway from things that are, 2-dimensional, 1-dimensional, going into what we know of as 3-dimensional, right? But that's some other shit, right? So just put that away. That was just a sidebar. I just want to share that. As a select few going to get that. That's not for everybody right there. So that's just a sidebar conversation, just for the small few that like to play with that kind of stuff, right? That's not for everybody, right? So putting that away. Whoop, it's already deleted. Bam, it's gone. It's gone. Whoop, gone, right? Anyway, so we're back to discussing the crystals, right? Amethyst, right? Amethyst is a quartz silica crystal, like most of these gems. But amethyst magnetizes transition elements. So amethyst magnetizes all of these atoms that you see in here. Now, what is important about that is because these transition elements store hydrogen, right? Stores hydrogen. And these are guys that are key quite a bit to quite a bit of your immune system, right? These guys down here for the brain function. These guys up here for your circulatory system and metabolism, right? Vanadium, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel. Did we talk about nickel earlier? Did we miss nickel? Damn, we might have missed nickel. Right, we're gonna have to go back into nickel. Right, I got to give y'all some foods for nickel. Right, a lot of y'all don't know that you got to get nickel in. Now, if you're getting like I said, if you use the products, you're getting the nickel in. All of these things that I'm talking about, if you use the products, you're getting all of this stuff in. So there's no need for you to go crazy and try to find this stuff. But what I want you guys to do is develop a diet that reinforces these key nutrients. Right, nickel is what metabolizes iron into the blood. Right, crucial. Nickel also very important. Nickel also down-regulates white blood cells. We talked about that, right? Knowing how to down-regulate the inflammatory reaction. So when you don't have enough nickel, you have, in most cases, it's anemia. So a lot of times nickel deficiency is seen as anemia, and then people start boosting up and taking all kinds of iron stuff and iron programs and supplements and drinks and all kinds of stuff, and they still anemic, right? You didn't get the nickel in to metabolize the iron. If you don't have the things required to metabolize the iron, it comes out in your urine. But then also you can have problems with fighting off infections and things like that if you don't have nickel to be able to serve as the secondary wave after your body initially reacts to an infection or pathogen, to be able to come in with the other compounds that kind of clean those compounds out of the way and stop the inflammation, right? So your body uses a certain set of nutrients and minerals and all of that to create inflammation, all of the inflammatory compounds. But then your body has to have a whole nother resource of stuff to create the compounds that reduce that stuff, right? And some people can be stuck with the switch turned on. This is the difference between acute inflammation and chronic inflammation, right? Acute inflammation is the inflammation that's directly responsive to the pathogen. But when the pathogen is no longer there and the inflammation continues to go out of control, that's called chronic inflammation, right? Nickel is one of those things that helps to limit that scenario. Right. So and I'm not trying to make this like a whole Bible moment. I just wanted to show folks that there are other levels to understanding, to really understanding what you've seen for a long time, and you don't really understand what you're looking at. Sapphires, right? Many people don't know the only difference between a sapphire and a ruby, right? What's the difference between a sapphire and a ruby, right? Right? The difference between a sapphire and a ruby is the concentration of magnesium versus chromium. So if there's more chromium, you're going to have a ruby. If there's more magnesium, you're going to have a sapphire. So there are other studies to have. Anyway, yeah, it's mad levels to the Bible, and it's mad levels to your biochemistry at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So, so this is how. So, just know if your body could not be electric if it was not based on a crystal lattice structure, right? Because there has to be a crystal lattice structure in order for electrons to be even conducted, in order for electrons to be able to move throughout the structures in your body. It has to be a crystal lattice structure, right? So we can't get deep. We can't get deep without this, right? Did we look at this already? Bum, 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 bum. All right. Let me see what else we got here. Planes, directions, right? So when you learned that about planes and directions in school, you didn't know it was going to be important later on, because with planes and directions, you in real time, you're talking about the direction of charge movement, right? You're talking about charge movement, right? And what are we talking about with the crystal family, particularly what? Oblong squares, right? We're talking about oblong squares, right? So for some of you, you know what the oblong square is. For some of you, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's fine. Move on with your life. It's all right, right? But I just want those of you that have been studying various schools of thought to see what they were showing you, right? Let's do this. Dun, 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 dun. Right. So just in case you need to see it in writing instead of just like hearing it from me, you can just look it up. Right? You can just pull it up. Right. And look what you're gonna see. Not only is it gonna show you that your literally your core, your DNA is crystal, but it's got a hexagonal lattice geometry, right? The hexagonal structure again is the same structure as water molecules, right? And what did I just tell you? Crystals are formed from water. The structuring of water, to be specific. And what causes water to structure? What causes water to structure is light. So water absorbs the light, right? Light causes structuring, light causes crystals, right? So it's the hexagonal structure. When you see the video I just put up, or the soul craft that I did in Philly, the Philadelphia experiment. Again, we showed a hexagonal structure being a key signature of magnetism, right? So we have the hexagonal crystal structure, right? But it's created in terms of your DNA with phosphorus. So we're talking about light, right? This is the whole key piece, right? This is the whole key piece, right? So just giving you this, I just want you to, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Plus, I don't want to get too dark because Aubrey's into this night pool thing, right? So let's jump to this real quick. Right? Let's jump to this real quick. What is a semiconductor? What is a semiconductor? A substance with electrical properties intermediate between a good conductor and a good insulator. This is what makes semiconductors special. Depending on where they're located, what are the other atoms that they're associated with, determines whether they are conductors or insulators, because they can be both conductor and insulator, right? They can be both conductor and insulator. This is what makes them very important. Now, these are electrical properties. So what does this mean, right? Conductor, this is something that allow electrons to pass on through. Insulator, this is something that stops the movement of electrons, right? So your body is made up of a series of conductors and insulators. This is how atoms come together, right? So what are we talking about though? Are all atoms semiconductors, right? What is the family of semiconductors? Who are they, right? Who are they? Semiconductor material has an electrical conductivity value falling between that of a conductor, such as a metallic copper, and an insulator, such as glass. Its resistance falls as its temperature rises. Resistance falls as the temperature rises. So as it gets hotter, it's able to conduct more electrons. right? As it gets hotter, it's able to conduct more electrons, right? Now, mind you, this segment of the video is what makes Black people particularly more susceptible to coronavirus, right? If you're from a equatorial haplotype, this is going to, I mean, this actually deals with everybody's biochemistry regardless, but if you're from an equatorial, meaning you dark like me, sucker, you want to pay particular interest to this part of the conversation, right? Now, its conducting properties may be altered in useful ways by introducing impurities into the what? Into the crystal structure. Into the crystal structure, right? Now, an impurity is something that's not a part of the repetitive pattern. That's all an impurity means, right? So if we're talking about water, once again, we're talking about H2O, 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 H2O. Or if we're talking about structured water, we're talking about H3O2, 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 right? So something besides that would be considered an impurity, and it would be doping the crystal structure, right? Now, differently doped regions exist in the same crystal. Well, wait a minute. That's kind of, see, in this semiconductor junction, this is the whole science behind our computers, radios, TVs. This is like the whole shit, right? But check this out. This is in your Bible in a way, right? In a way. You know, if you study these things that's in there, like for instance, and I'm gonna tell you which crystal it is, because one of the crystals, that's what it is, right? So when you look at one of these crystals in the Bible, you know, you find which one it is. No, too far back. There you at. I can't find the damn crystal. Oh, chrysolite, right? Chrysolite. So when you study the chrysolite family of gems, you have peridot, right? You have topaz, which is aluminum and fluorine. Like basically when you study crystals, you're literally like studying the periodic table, but you're studying the periodic table almost in a biochemical way. Studying crystals is a way for you to study something external to yourself, but at the same time, you learn how your internal, right? So chrysolite, right? Chrysoberyl, zircon, tourmaline, right? Tourmaline, a lot of us know about tourmaline, right? We like the tourmaline. Remember what I told you. So people will tell you tourmaline is good because tourmaline releases infrared light, right? But most of you don't know. Now when I said earlier, because I pay attention to the comments, so I know when people think I'm flying off the deep end. But when I told people boron, right? What do you think tourmaline is? Tourmaline is boron, right? So you buying up all this tourmaline to put next to your bed and all kinds of shit. You might want to make sure you get a little tourmaline in your body, right? Just a little trace amount. That's all. Just a little trace amount, right? But that's what tourmaline is, boron and silica. But anyway, these are all chrysolite gems. And also apatite, right? Apatite is a form of chrysolite. Only thing is, not only is it a form of chrysolite, but it is also the exact external clone of your bones, right? Apatite is phosphorus crystals, which is what your bones are, phosphorus crystals, right? So anyway, work. All right, so semiconductors, right? What are the semiconductors? All right, the behavior of charged carriers. All right, differently doped regions exist in the same crystal. A semiconductor junction is created, right? So you might have one area of a crystal which has, like I told you about sapphires and rubies. So one area of the crystal might have more magnesium, and the other side may have more chromium. Those are basically that would be examples of doping, and those would be like natural example of how different regions exist in the same crystal. Because in the same crystal, like I told you, I think it's jasper attracts transition elements, right? So crystals pull things in. So now what else do you have if you study crystals long enough, right? If you study crystals long enough, you learn about what? The particle in the wave. The particle in the wave, right? Because what? Waves do what? Waves carry particles. So that's the nature. The only thing that we do, we trying, science is trying to wrap their mind around is how the mind interacts with the wave and the particles at an energetic level, right? But we know waves carry particles, right? We know that from the distance, things look like waves until we move up really close, and then those things look like particles. It's just we're focusing in when we move up closer on it, right? But so all that's there, right? So anyway, right? Want you guys to see what these crucial little pieces is. It's going to make much more sense. We start figuring this stuff out, right? So the behavior of charged carriers, right? Charged carriers, talking about waves, right? Which include electrons, ions, and electron holes at these junctions is the basis of diodes, transistors, and all modern electronics. What they're not telling you is this is also how your body runs, because your body's electric, right? So some examples of semiconductors are silicone, right? This is the foundation of all crystals, right? Your body's no different, right? Germanium, we spoke about germanium earlier, right? Gallium, arsenide, you probably don't want to eat any of that. Just saying, right? Elements next to the metalloid staircase on the periodic table. After silicon, gallium arsenide is the second most common semiconductor and is used in laser diodes, solar cells, blah, 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 blah. Also, this is where we go down 5G road, right? So for those of you interested in understanding the 5G effect and what we need to do in an increasing world of radiation, this is that part of the convo, just in case you didn't know where you were at. Right? I know when you get hit in the head, sometimes you get punch drunk. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hitting you in the head with so many advanced concepts. Some of you think it's punch drunk out there right now. It's all right. I'm gonna wake you up, throw a little water in your face, let you know where you at. Right? This is that space in the conversation where all of those things come together. Your immune system, as well as your ability to deal with various types of radiation. Right? So these are your guys, right? Shit, where the fuck is this? Excuse my language. Okay, here we go. The most commercially important, right? These are the semiconducting elements, right? Silicon, germanium, right? They just have the list. think this is very disrespectful. I want you to see all of them because it's a few of them. And when you see the look, what is a semiconductor? When it says what is a semiconductor, look what it comes to. Look what happens down here. Right? If all the neighboring atoms, blah blah blah, they bind themselves into structures called crystals. Semiconductors are made out of such crystals, usually silicone crystals. Right? So your entire body is one big series of crystals. Right? Phosphorus is the most popular doping agent in crystals, right? Because phosphorus is able to light, right? Regulate light and electron. All right, so that's what I wanted you guys to see. I wanted you to see the list, the silicon, the selenium, the carbon, right? And I swore up and down they had a nice, easy, simple list for you guys here, but I don't know, I can't find it. I can't find it. I thought it was right here for you guys. But that's homework for you now. That is homework for you now, right? Right, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Willoughby Smith observed this selenium, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so anyway, you got selenium, carbon, right? These key, what I wanted you to also notice was, and I guess you'll have to do it on your own because I don't want to waste too much time and keep looking around. But when you pull up the list of atoms that are semiconductors, you will see basically the same things that Sebi stressed. The same thing that Sebi stressed over and over and over again. If you examine the food and the herbs the way I'm giving it to you tonight, in terms of parts per million, like what are all the things in these, you will see the carbon pop up over and over, the selenium pop up over and over, right? Because largely, when you look at coronavirus, what's happening is your electron distribution is being interrupted. Your electron distribution is controlled by the semiconductors, largely in your diet. And usually when we come in with the herbs are high in these semiconductors. Like, for instance, you guys with the Mama Atomics. Well, Mama Atomics is very high in phosphorus. It's very high in phosphorus. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people that are spiritually inclined like the Mama Atomics so much, right? Is because it increases your internal light production, among other things. That's why it's loaded with aromatic amino acids as well, right? Because the aromatic amino acids facilitate your body's ability to utilize light, while the phosphorus facilitates your body to produce it, right? So this is where these semiconductors come in, right? This is where they come in, right? And then you have somebody like carbon. Carbon is not only a semiconductor, but it's also diamagnetic, right? Which makes it really unique. So yeah, so we're gonna close out. We might do a recap. We might just do like a recap tomorrow or sometime in the week. Right? We may just do a recap sometime in the week. Yeah, we may do a recap in the week, and that way we'll line everything up, because I know it's been a lot of info, a lot of crazy stuff. So we're gonna shut it down. How long we been on? We've been on 4 hours, right? And out of that 4 hours, you probably got a good at least 3 hours and 30 minutes of good info, right? And we'll probably just do a recap, because shit got too crazy tonight. Shit got too crazy. Man, shout out to the feds, man. Yo, I be trying to explain to my guys in the neighborhood, like, yo, y'all dealing with them folks. I'm still dealing with them folks. Oh, man. Peace to the family. I'm going to try to figure out that. I'm going to try to fix that first video and see what we could do to salvage that. But if not, I'm going to have to delete it off my page before YouTube fucks around and deletes my whole page. Right? So, yeah. Donate, Cash App, hit the website, all of that, man.